Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this? Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. I wasn't alone seeking shelter from the blizzard. There's an unspoken rule up in the mountains that no matter who you are, friend, bitter rival, stranger, anyone, if you're ever in a pinch and come across another hunter's cabin, you're welcome to seek shelter there. Maybe it's unspoken because it's common courtesy and that whole do unto others thing, or maybe it's unspoken because there's hardly anyone to speak to. In the winter months especially, you'd be hard-pressed to see another soul for weeks, sometimes months. But that's the rule. You need it. You use it. No judgment. No questions asked. Just don't steal anything. Now, I'm not a burly, seasoned mountain man that flosses with tree bark and never shaves. But I do like to hunt. I often leave my small Alaskan village for weeks at a time and take to my hunting lodge up in the mountains. I'm a fairly cautious guy, and I know the mountains can be traitorous, so when I leave prepared. I check the long-term forecast, gather the necessary supplies, bring backups, and make sure I've got enough of everything I need to survive at least a week longer than I plan on staying. Just in case. I always believed my precautions would protect me, but like a child's security blanket, they were only a paper-thin illusion of safety. There's no planning when Mother Nature decides she's in a mood. That's why I never expected to get caught in a blizzard that day. It had started out sunny and cold, but as the day progressed, a few clouds formed. By the time they'd amassed into a heavy cloud covering, I was already on my way back to my cabin with a couple hairs hanging over my shoulders. I'd named them dinner and breakfast. I was planning on eating breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast, if only to make myself laugh. It's the little things like that that keeps the solitude from turning into loneliness. The snowfall seemed to come out of nowhere, like someone had knocked an awning shut, and all the snow collected on top had fallen all at once. Except it wasn't a single tidal wave of snow. It was a relentless, unending assault. Last I checked, the weather reports hadn't mentioned a blizzard, and yet a blizzard was what I found myself walking through. It got very dark, very fast, and I kicked myself for leaving my flashlight back at my lodge. I'd planned on coming home long before nightfall, so I hadn't thought I needed it. I'd been sorely mistaken. Snow prickled painfully as it darted into my eyes. I had squint almost all the way to keep those sub-zero jerks from stabbing me blind. The wind howled as gales cut through my clothes and right to my bones. I could barely see 2 feet in front of me and couldn't see the 2 feet beneath me as they sank in an ever-growing blanket of white. I'm not sure when I realized I was lost. At some point I knew I should have arrived at my cabin, but all I saw was white with a few slivers of gray swaying in the thick breeze. The hairs at the back of my neck became stiff and battered against me with every puff of air and every awkward, crashing footfall. I was running out of energy, running out of ideas and beginning to panic. I could have spun around in a computer chair 100 times and felt less disoriented than I did in that whiteout. And then I walked right into a cabin. Literally. It had become so dark and the snow had become so heavy that I couldn't see the structure until I stumbled face first into it. I held my hands against the wooden facade so I wouldn't lose it in the storm, and circled around until I found a door. I wasn't just in a pinch. This was life or death. In the unlikely event someone was inside, I knocked on the door and waited for an answer. Through the howling wind, I could have sworn I heard, "Come in." As I swung open the door and stepped inside, a small avalanche of snow tumbled in with me. I didn't bother trying to kick it out as I fought against the wind to close the door behind me. The relief was instantaneous. Without the air whipping at me, I'd put a stop to the timer ticking down to my freezing death. "Thanks," I whispered. I turned towards the inside of the cabin and tried to get my bearings, but all I saw was blackness, which meant I had no real way of gauging the size of the cabin. Yeah, I'd circled around it, but I'd been stumbling around, half blind, focused on trying to find a doorknob, so I had no idea what length of the cabin I'd covered. I could have walked half of it. I could have circled around 3 times without realizing it. Through the darkness, all I could see was the vague outline of someone sitting in the corner. "You're a real lifesaver," I said. He didn't answer. I pawed around for a lighter, a lantern, a matchbook, anything that might emit light, but all my fingertips touched were chains and the barrels of hunting rifles. I stopped poking around when I felt an open bear trap. Wouldn't want to get my arm caught in one of those. It was safer to sit still and wait for daybreak. It occurred to me the stranger might have been seeking refuge as well. "So," I started, keeping my tone light and innocent, "you the owner of this cabin?" The answer was more of a hiss than a word, but in that hiss I heard a faint, "Yes." I sat on the floor, let my hairs down beside me, and reached into my pack. Why I'd taken a sleeping bag with me and not a flashlight was beyond me. I removed my wet clothes and quietly slipped into the sleeping bag to warm up, making conversation as I did. "Thanks again. That blizzard really came out of nowhere." He replied with the slow, labored, wheezy breaths of an elderly man on his deathbed. "Dangerous." "Yeah," I chuckled. "That's an understatement." "Hungry," he exhaled. "You got a fireplace?" "I've got a couple hares. I'll cook them up. It's the least I can do," I offered. His reply was drawn out, like a wolf howling, but without the majestic hum. "No." "Okay, as soon as the blizzard dies down, I'll go gather wood and make us a fire. Can you wait until then?" I saw his silhouette shift slightly. There was a rattle of chains. "No," again. The O stretched out in a long, bloated groan. "No. No. Yes." The final no morphed strangely into a yes, like someone drastically changing to a much higher note on a flute halfway through a breath. I craned my neck to look at the single window in the cabin. It was pitch black, pitch white. It was like an afterglow, visible against the black backdrop of the wood, yet still inherently dark. I focused on it rather than the rest of the cabin, because it was the only hint of light I could see. "If you don't mind, I'm going to try and catch some shut-eye," I said tiredly. He didn't respond, but that didn't surprise me. Mountain folk don't talk much, even when they come down to town for what few supplies they can't make themselves. I shrugged it off and settled in for the night, but I felt something hard against my side. Sighing, I tossed my hairs back a bit farther and got comfortable. I was exhausted, so it wasn't all that hard for me to drift off, despite the wind's song playing outside the walls. I hugged myself in my sleeping bag and drifted off. I was awoken by a different sound, a weird snapping crunch that made me shoot up in bed, believing the ceiling was about to collapse under the weight of the snow. I braced myself, but as the sound came again, I realized it wasn't above me, but rather next to me, near my belongings. The silhouette was gone from the corner, and I could hear his deep, raspy breaths accompanying the crunch. "What the hell are you doing?" I snapped. He retreated back to his corner with a rattling of chains. My adrenaline was pumping, and I wasn't even sure why. Something about the stranger put me in a state of near panic. My instincts were telling me to leave, but I couldn't afford it. Whatever this guy was up to, I was safer with him than I was out there in the blizzard. I grabbed my backpack and propped myself against the wall in a seated position, staring at the silhouette, expecting him to make a move. I kept myself awake and alert, never looking away even as the howling wind slowly diminished in strength. Once or twice I felt my head begin to dip and my eyes begin to shut. But every time I slipped, the faint rattle of chains snapped me back into consciousness. As the blizzard cleared and the sun slowly rose, light began to trickle into the cabin. The scene filtered through in tiny increments with each layer uncovered by the sun, like a printer slowly spitting out the full picture one line at a time. I wasn't in a cabin. I was a large supply shed that was maybe 10, 11 feet long, 7, 8 feet wide. There was no fireplace, which makes sense for a supply shed. There were tools, traps, and riffles lining every wall. The silhouette in the corner slowly stopped being a silhouette and started being a distinct person. Skinny, no, gaunt, pale, no, ghost white, man, no, corpse. I was gutted. He was dead. Not, "Oh shoot, I died overnight. Sorry about that." Dead, long dead, long dead. His body was all shriveled and mummified. Is that even the right word for it? He wasn't wrapped up in bandages or anything like that. But his skin was completely dehydrated and stiff like an unwrapped mummy. His hair was hanging from his head in unkempt strings. His teeth were poking out of his shrunken lips, with a wide gap where the top right canine should have been. There was a stain of age-old blood soaked into the wood beneath him. I followed it by gaze to its origin, his left foot, and the bear trap in which it had gotten caught. There was an empty hook on the wall above him with a chain leading to the trap. It was long enough for him to move around, but not enough for him to reach the front door, or the saw hanging above it. My best guess was the trap had fallen on its own while he was out, and at some point he'd done a supply run in the dark and had gotten caught in his own trap. He'd probably died of thirst or something. Look, I'm telling you, he wasn't breathing. He wasn't moving. He was dead as a doornail, and had been for quite some time. I sat there, reasoning I'd been delirious the night before. The fatigue, the dehydration, the disorientation caused by the blizzard. It made me imagine his voice. Those slow, hissing sounds I thought were replies were just the wind outside. I'd interpreted them wrong because the loneliness had finally gotten to me. The elements had conspired against me to create a living person out of someone who definitely wasn't living. It was a good, logical explanation, and I wish I could say it was true. Except I'm not the one who bit the head off of breakfast. It's not my canine tooth I found on the floor next to me. My dry, dirty, wood-like fingernails aren't the ones sticking out of the outside of my sleeping bag. I'm not the one who caked the corpse's dry, cracking lips with white fur. I didn't stick around for dinner. The haunted doll. The doll's eyes haunted me before I even knew its story. They were glassy, unsettling, and seemed to follow me as I browsed the tables of trinkets and antiques at the garage sale. I'm no stranger to collecting oddities, items with history, pieces that seem to whisper tales of a bygone era. This doll, however, was different. It was exquisite, its porcelain face delicately painted, its dress made of faded lace, and its hair curled in a way that hinted at meticulous craftsmanship. Yet there was something unnerving about it that I couldn't place. When I asked the seller how much she wanted for it, her eyes widened. She stammered out a price so low that I couldn't help but feel suspicious. I need it gone," she murmured almost too quietly to hear. For someone who seemed desperate, she hesitated for a long moment before handing it over, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed mine. That night, I set the doll on the shelf in my study. It was a prominent spot, surrounded by other antiques, but it felt like the doll demanded to be there, almost as if it had chosen its place among my collection. I worked late that evening, sorting through papers for an upcoming project. The faint ticking of a nearby clock was the only sound until my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. No caller ID. Hesitating, I answered. Nothing. Just static. Then faintly, as if from a great distance, a sound like laughter, childlike, high-pitched, and fleeting. I hung up, shook off the unease creeping up my spine, and returned to my work. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the memory of that sound. The next few days were uneventful, or at least I convinced myself they were. The lights in my study flickered every so often, but it was an old house, prone to quirks and electrical issues. The doll's presence, however, felt heavier. It wasn't just its physical weight. It seemed to occupy space in a way that was impossible to ignore. Every time I entered the room, my eyes were drawn to it, its gaze almost magnetic. One morning I woke to find it had moved. At first I thought I was mistaken. It had been on the shelf the night before, but now it sat at the foot of my bed. Its lifeless glass eyes stared directly into mine, and one porcelain hand was extended, its finger pointed accusingly at my chest. My breath hitched and my heart raced. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had moved it and forgotten. Maybe someone else had, though I lived alone. I placed it back on the shelf that morning, determined to put the incident out of my mind. Still, I couldn't help but notice the growing sense of dread that seemed to radiate from the doll. It was as if the air around it had grown colder, heavier, more oppressive. The breaking point came 3 nights later. I was jolted awake by the unmistakable sound of laughter. It was faint but clear, echoing through the otherwise silent house. My bedroom door creaked open on its own, and I swear I saw a shadow dart across the hallway. Trembling, I grabbed a flashlight and crept downstairs to the study. The doll wasn't on the shelf. I found it sitting on my desk, its head tilted slightly as if it were studying me. Its expression seemed almost mocking now, its delicate features twisted into something sinister. My instincts screamed at me to destroy it, but I hesitated. I couldn't bring myself to act. Instead, I grabbed a blanket from the couch and spent the night huddled in the living room, unable to close my eyes. The next morning, I took the doll to the local church. The priest was a kind man, someone I had spoken to a few times before, and I hoped he could offer a solution. As I explained the events, his expression grew grim. When I placed the doll on the table before him, he refused to touch it. "This isn't something we can help with," he said, his voice low and steady. "You need to get rid of it." "What do you mean?" I asked, panic rising. "Burn it? Throw it away?" He shook his head. "It's not that simple. Be careful how you proceed." Desperate, I decided to bury the doll in my backyard. I dug a deep hole beneath the gnarled oak tree at the edge of the property, placed the doll inside, and covered it with soil. For a moment I felt relief, as if I had finally rid myself of the strange and terrible presence that had invaded my life. That night, I slept peacefully for the first time in days. But it didn't last. The faint laughter returned, drifting through the house in the early hours of the morning. It was accompanied by the sound of small, deliberate footsteps. When I investigated, I found nothing out of place, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week later, I noticed a patch of earth beneath the oak tree that seemed disturbed, as if something had clawed its way out. I refused to go near it, convinced that acknowledging it would give whatever malevolent force inhabited the doll more power. Since then, my nights have been plagued by nightmares, visions of the doll standing at the foot of my bed, its hand pointing at me, its glassy eyes filled with malice. Sometimes I wake to find faint scratches on my arms, marks that weren't there when I went to sleep. I've tried everything, burning sage, consulting psychics, even moving the bed away from the window. Nothing works. The doll's presence is relentless, its influence seeping into every corner of my life. I've become paranoid, jumpy, and reclusive. Friends and family have noticed the change, but how can I explain it to them without sounding insane? I'm writing this now as a warning to anyone who might come across an object that feels wrong. Trust your instincts. Don't let curiosity or the allure of a bargain blind you to the danger. Some things are better left alone, their histories buried and forgotten. The laughter is louder tonight, and the shadows seem to move on their own. I know it's only a matter of time before the doll returns. Maybe it never really left. All I can do now is wait and hope that my story serves as a cautionary tale. If you hear faint laughter in the night, or feel a chill that has no explanation, don't ignore it. It might already be too late for me, but maybe it isn't for you. The Midnight Visitor. I never told anyone why I really left my job as a night shift nurse at Pine Grove Nursing Home. They all assumed it was the stress, the long hours, the emotional toll of watching patients decline. I let them think that. It's easier than explaining what really happened during my last night there. Easier than trying to convince them that what I saw was real. But now I have to tell someone, because last night at exactly 3:17 a.m., my phone rang. The caller ID showed Pine Grove Nursing Home, and when I answered, I heard the soft, steady beep of a cardiac monitor, followed by the voice I've been trying to forget for the past 6 months. Nurse Anderson, I'm ready for my medicine now. Mrs. Eleanor Webb. Room 217. Deceased as of April 15th, 2024, at 3:17 a.m. I should start at the beginning. It was supposed to be a normal night shift. They're all normal until they're not. I'd been working at Pine Grove for 3 years, long enough to know every creaky floorboard, every flickering fluorescent light, every patient's particular habits and needs. Night shifts in a nursing home have their own rhythm. Medication rounds, hourly checks, the quiet moments in between when the building seems to breathe with the collective inhales and exhales of its sleeping residents. Mrs. Webb had been with us for nearly a decade, a sweet woman, always lucid despite her advanced age, with a sharp wit and sharper memory. She loved to tell stories about her years as a high school English teacher, about the thousands of students whose lives she'd touched. She never had children of her own, she'd tell me during our late-night talks, but she had all those students, all those young minds she'd shaped. That night, her last night, started like any other. I made my rounds at midnight, checking vitals, administering medications. Mrs. Webb was awake when I entered her room, sitting up in bed with her reading glasses perched on her nose, a weathered copy of The Turn of the Screw open on her lap. "Just getting to the good part," she said, smiling up at me. "Have you ever read it, dear?" I told her I hadn't. "Oh, you should. It's all about the things we see when we're alone in the dark. The things that might be real or might be in our minds. Sometimes there's not much difference between the two, is there?" I nodded politely, checked her vitals, all normal, and gave her her evening medications. Before I left, she called me back. "Nurse Anderson, would you mind bringing me my red cardigan? The one in the closet? It gets so cold in here sometimes." I opened her closet door. There was no red cardigan. "Mrs. Webb, I don't see..." But she was already asleep, the book fallen closed on her chest, her glasses slightly askew. I did my 1 a.m. rounds, my 2 a.m. rounds, everything normal. The building settled into its nighttime quiet, broken only by the occasional cough or creak of an adjusting bed. At 3:15 a.m., Mrs. Webb's call button lit up. I wasn't worried at first. She often woke in the night needing water or help to the bathroom. But when I entered her room, something felt wrong. The air was dense, heavy with an electrical charge like just before a storm. And it was cold. So cold, I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Mrs. Webb was sitting up in bed again, but something was different. Her posture was too straight, too rigid. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap, but her fingers were moving, not fidgeting, but writing invisible words on her thighs over and over. "Mrs. Webb, did you need something?" She turned her head toward me, but her eyes weren't right. They were completely black, like empty holes in her face. "I need my cardigan," she said, but her voice wasn't right either. It echoed, as if multiple voices were speaking in almost perfect unison. "The red one. They're all waiting." "Who's waiting, Mrs. Webb?" Her fingers kept writing, faster now. I could hear her nails scratching against the fabric of her nightgown. "My students," she said. "All my students. The ones who never left." She smiled then, and her teeth were wrong too. Too many of them. Too sharp. "Would you like to meet them, Nurse Anderson? They're just there, in the closet, with my red cardigan." I looked at the closet door. It was open now, though I hadn't opened it. Inside was absolute darkness, a darkness that seemed to pulse and breathe. And something was coming out of that darkness. Many somethings. Young faces, twisted and wrong. Hands reaching, grasping. Mouths opening to reveal too many teeth, just like Mrs. Webb's. "My students," Mrs. Webb said, her voice now a chorus of dozens, hundreds of voices. "The ones who never left, the ones I kept, the ones I taught my final lesson." The shadows were taking shape now, forming into figures in old-fashioned school uniforms, their faces a horrible mixture of youth and ancient evil. They moved like smoke but left wet footprints on the floor. "You see, Nurse Anderson, some lessons can only be taught in the dark. Some knowledge can only be passed on in death. And now..." Her head turned toward me, rotating too far, until she was looking at me over her own shoulder. "Now it's time for your lesson." The cardiac monitor started to beep frantically. The shadows surged forward. I ran. I don't remember much after that. The official report says I was found in the parking lot at 3:45 a.m., incoherent and hyperventilating. They told me Mrs. Webb had passed peacefully in her sleep. Natural causes, nothing unusual, but I know what I saw. And now, 6 months later, my phone is ringing again. 3:17 a.m., Pine Grove Nursing Home. This time there's a text message too. "Found my red cardigan, dear. Won't you come see? The students miss you. We have so much to teach you." Attached is a photo, a closet door standing open. Inside, hanging on a hook, is a red cardigan. It's dripping something dark onto the floor. And in the darkness behind it, I can see faces. Young faces. smiling faces, waiting faces. My phone rings again. Nurse Anderson? I'm ready for my medicine now. We're all ready. Won't you come back to room 217? The lesson is about to begin. I should block the number. I should throw my phone away. I should run. But I can't stop staring at the photo, at the cardigan, at the faces in the dark, because I've just noticed something that makes my blood run cold. In the reflection of the closet mirror, I can see myself, standing there, wearing a nurse's uniform. But it's not my face anymore. I'm smiling with too many teeth, and my eyes are completely black. The lesson has already begun, and I think I'm starting to understand what Mrs. Webb meant about the things we see in the dark, about how sometimes there's not much difference between what's real and what's in our minds. Because now I can hear them too, the voices of her students, whispering, teaching, calling, and I'm learning. Oh God, I'm learning. Won't you come learn with me? Room 217 is waiting. We're all waiting. And we have so much to teach. Echoes of the woods. The path wound through the forest in a series of tight curves, the trees so dense they blocked out most of the remaining daylight. When I finally spotted a clearing up ahead, relief washed over me. But as I approached, my headlights illuminated something that made my stomach drop. An abandoned car. Its hood popped open and its tires flattened. It was a rusted relic, long since claimed by the elements, with vines snaking through the grille and moss covering the windows. I parked a safe distance away and got out to inspect it. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was even more pronounced without the hum of the engine. The car's interior was gutted, the seats ripped open as if by some animal. There were no plates, no identifying marks, just an empty shell of a vehicle, left to rot in the middle of nowhere. A faint trail led away from the car, disappearing into the woods. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow it. My boots crunched against the fallen leaves, each step echoing unnaturally loud. The trail was narrow, flanked by trees that seemed to close in the further I went. The air grew colder and the light dimmer until I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. Then I saw it. A small cabin nestled among the trees. Its windows were dark, and the roof sagged under the weight of years of neglect. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, the only sign that it was still inhabited. I approached cautiously, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The front door was ajar, creaking softly in the wind. I called out, but my voice sounded small and hollow in the vast emptiness of the woods. There was no response. Steeling myself, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The cabin was a single room, sparsely furnished with a cot, a wood-burning stove, and a rickety table. The walls were adorned with strange symbols carved directly into the wood, their jagged lines forming shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the symbols weren't random. They formed a pattern, one that seemed to spiral inward toward the center of the room. In the middle of the floor was a trap door, its edges worn smooth from years of use. Something about it felt wrong, as if the very air around it was heavier, thicker. I wanted to leave, to turn around and never look back, but some morbid curiosity kept me rooted in place. I crouched down and pulled the trap door open. The hinges groaned in protest, revealing a dark, gaping hole. A ladder led down into the blackness, the rungs slick with moisture. The smell wafting up from below was foul, a mix of damp earth and something metallic, like rusted iron. I don't know what possessed me to climb down. Maybe it was the sheer unreality of the situation, the way it felt like a waking nightmare. Or maybe it was the feeling that whatever was down there had to be the key to understanding why I'd ended up here. The descent was slow, each rung colder than the last. The darkness swallowed me whole, the faint light from above fading until I was plunged into complete blackness. I fumbled for my phone, using the flashlight to illuminate the space around me. The walls were earthen, damp and glistening, and the tunnel stretched on endlessly in both directions. I chose a direction at random and started walking. The tunnel was unnervingly narrow, forcing me to hunch over. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water. Time lost all meaning. It felt like I'd been walking for hours when I finally came to a larger chamber. The room was circular, its walls lined with more of those strange symbols. In the center was a stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I could only hope wasn't blood. Surrounding the altar were objects that defied explanation. Bones arranged in intricate patterns, jars filled with unidentifiable substances, and a single candle that burned with a dim, flickering light. I should have turned back then. Every instinct screamed at me to leave. But as I stood there, paralyzed by fear, I noticed something on the far wall. It was a photograph, tacked haphazardly to the dirt. I approached it slowly, the candlelight casting shifting shadows that made the whole scene feel alive. The photograph was old, the edges yellowed and curling. It showed a group of people standing in front of the very cabin I'd entered. Their faces were obscured, either by motion or deliberate smudging. But one figure stood out, a man with piercing eyes that seemed to stare directly at me, even through the faded print. Behind him, barely visible in the shadows, was something else. Something tall and impossibly thin, its limbs unnaturally long and bent at odd angles. My blood ran cold as I realized it wasn't a trick of the light. The thing was real, and it was watching me. I don't remember running back to the ladder, only the blind panic that propelled me forward. My flashlight flickered and died as I climbed, leaving me in suffocating darkness. When I finally emerged into the cabin, the air was thick with the smell of smoke and decay. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse, their lines shifting and writhing like living things. I bolted out the door and into the woods, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. The path was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of trees that all looked the same. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes and skin, until I stumbled into another clearing. In the center was a circle of stones, each one etched with those same sinister symbols. Inside the circle lay a pile of bones, bleached white and arranged in a way that seemed deliberate. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the bones weren't animal, they were human. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in terror, but eventually I heard it. A low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't human. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist. I turned and ran, the sound growing louder, closer. The trees blurred together as I sprinted, my lungs burning and my legs threatening to give out. When I finally broke through the tree line and onto a paved road, I collapsed, gasping for air. A passing car stopped, and the driver helped me to my feet. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words wouldn't come. They took me to the nearest town, where I told my story to the local authorities. They searched the woods but found nothing. No cabin, no symbols, no bones. I've since tried to put the experience behind me, to convince myself it was just a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. But every now and then, I see those piercing eyes in my dreams, and I wake up with the sound of that guttural growl echoing in my ears. The woods haven't called me back, and I pray they never do. The library books, the shelving cart's wheels squeaked with each rotation, echoing through the empty stacks of Wallace University Library. At 11:45 p.m., I was the only soul left in the building, save for the security guard who occasionally made his rounds. My student job as a late-night library assistant wasn't glamorous, but the solitude suited me. Plus, the quiet hours gave me time to work on my thesis between reshelving books and maintaining the catalog system. Tonight was different, though. The air felt heavier somehow, charged with an electricity I couldn't explain. Maybe it was the approaching storm. I could hear thunder rumbling in the distance, growing closer with each passing minute. Or maybe it was because I'd ventured into the library's oldest section, a maze of towering shelves in the basement level that hardly anyone visited anymore. The basement housed the university's special collections and archives dating back to the institution's founding in 1873. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, creating strange shadows that danced across the spines of leather-bound volumes. My cart's squeaking wheels seemed louder down here, bouncing off the concrete walls in an unsettling rhythm. I checked my tablet, reviewing the list of books that needed reshelving. According to the system, there were 3 volumes that belonged in section H7, deep in the archives. As I pushed my cart down the narrow aisle, the metal shelves loomed over me like silent sentinels. The air grew noticeably colder, and I pulled my cardigan tighter around my shoulders. That's when I noticed something odd. The books in this section didn't follow the library's standard cataloging system. Instead of the usual call numbers, these volumes had dates etched into their spines in fading gold leaf: 1923, 1947, 1952, and so on. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pulled one from the shelf, a dark red leather-bound book dated 1968. The moment my fingers touched the cover, a chill ran down my spine. The leather felt wrong somehow, too soft, too supple, as if it were still alive. I opened it carefully and my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't just a book, it was a biography. The title page read, Margaret Ann Sullivan, 1950-1968, student of Wallace University. My hands trembling slightly, I began to read. The book contained every detail of Margaret's life, from her childhood in rural Maine to her acceptance at Wallace University as a promising art student. Photos were interspersed throughout the text. Margaret as a toddler, at her high school graduation, in her dorm room. The final entry was dated October 15, 1968. Margaret leaves the library at 11:52 p.m. after a late-night study session. She is never seen again. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of sick joke, but as I looked along the shelf, I realized there were dozens more just like it. Each volume chronicled the life and disappearance of a Wallace University student. Some dated back to the 1800s, while others were more recent. The most disturbing part? None of these cases appeared in any official university records or local news archives that I could remember, despite my extensive research for my thesis on the university's history. Thunder crashed overhead, closer now, and the lights flickered ominously. I should have left right then, should have run upstairs and never looked back, but something compelled me to keep pulling books from the shelf, reading fragments of lives that had vanished without a trace. James Cooper, 1892, Elizabeth Chen, 1934, Michael Rodriguez, 2001. Each story ended the same way, with a late-night visit to the library, followed by disappearance. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the next book I grabbed. This one was newer, its leather cover still glossy and unmarked by time. The date on the spine read 2022. As I opened it, a photograph slipped out and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up, and the world seemed to tilt on its axis. It was me. The biography began with my birth in Seattle, Washington, on April 12, 2000. It detailed my parents' divorce when I was 7, my struggle with anxiety in high school, my acceptance to Wallace University on a full academic scholarship. Every major moment of my life was documented in precise detail, things no one else could possibly know. My first panic attack in 3rd grade, the time I shoplifted a candy bar when I was 12 and never told anyone, the real reason I broke up with my high school boyfriend. The last dated entry was from yesterday. I read about myself working the late shift at the library, just as I had done countless times before. But after that, the remaining pages were blank, waiting to be filled. I checked my phone with trembling fingers. 11:47 p.m. The same time most of the other students had vanished. Panic clawed at my throat as I shoved the book back onto the shelf. I had to get out of here. Had to tell someone about what I'd found. But as I turned to leave, my cart's wheel caught on something, a loose tile in the floor. I stumbled, catching myself against the shelves. The impact sent several books tumbling to the ground, their pages splaying open like broken wings. As I bent to pick them up, something caught my eye. The blank pages in my biography were no longer empty. New words had appeared, written in a flowing script that was still wet with dark ink. Emma discovers the collection at 11:45 p.m. Her hands shake as she reads her own biography, refusing to believe what she sees. At 11:47 p.m. she attempts to leave but trips on a loose tile. As she kneels to collect the fallen books, she notices new words appearing on her previously blank pages. My blood ran cold. Someone, or something, was writing my story in real time. I abandoned the fallen books and ran for the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty stacks. But when I reached the stairwell, the door wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, the metal handle cold against my sweating palms. It was locked. Impossible. These doors couldn't be locked. It was a fire code violation. I grabbed my phone to call campus security, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. I was in the basement, surrounded by feet of concrete and decades of secrets. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and then, with a sharp crack, went out completely. In the sudden darkness, I heard something that made my heart stop, the soft whisper of pages turning. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, like dozens of invisible hands leafing through dozens of invisible books. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a rustling that reminded me of dry autumn leaves skittering across pavement. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, my fingers clumsy with fear. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow aisle where I'd found my biography. The books were moving. Their covers were opening and closing on their own, pages fluttering as if caught in a wind I couldn't feel. And in the gaps between the volumes, I saw something that defied explanation. Faces pressed against the spaces where books had been removed. Dozens of faces, their features distorted, as if viewed through murky water. I recognized them from the photographs in the biographies. Margaret Sullivan's artistic eyes, now hollow and dark. James Cooper's distinguished mustache, now twisted in a grotesque grimace. Elizabeth Chen's beautiful smile now stretched too wide across her face. They were all there, watching me with hungry expressions that spoke of decades spent in the darkness between pages. The rustling grew louder, and I saw hands beginning to emerge from between the books, pale, grasping things with elongated fingers and too many joints. They reached for me with desperate urgency, and I could hear voices now, whispering in a cacophony of different accents and eras. Stay with us. Help us complete our stories. We've been so lonely. Join our collection. I ran like I'd never run before, deeper into the maze of shelves because the stairs were blocked. My phone's flashlight beam bounced wildly off the metal shelves, creating strobing shadows that seemed to move with malevolent purpose. Behind me, I could hear the sound of dozens of footsteps, some in heavy boots, others in delicate heels, all pursuing me with relentless determination. The voices grew louder, closer. They were calling my name now, using details from my biography to try to draw me in. They knew everything about me, my fears, my dreams, my deepest secrets. I took random turns, hoping to lose them in the labyrinth of books, but they seemed to know exactly where I was going. I rounded a corner and found myself in a dead end. The beam of my flashlight illuminated a wall of newer-looking books, their spines blank except for dates that hadn't happened yet. 2025, 2026, 2027, stretching decades into the future. Future collections. Future victims. The footsteps and whispers surrounded me now. I turned to face them, pressing my back against the shelf of future biographies. In the dim light of my phone, I could see them approaching. A crowd of figures wearing clothes from every decade of the past century and a half. Their faces were wrong, somehow both solid and transparent, like double-exposed photographs. Some of them flickered like bad television reception. Others moved with the jerky motion of old film reels. Margaret Sullivan was at the front of the crowd, her 1960s dress stained with something dark that might have been ink or might have been something worse. She held my biography in her hands, its pages still blank from the current moment forward. "Your story isn't complete," she said, her voice crackling like ancient paper. "None of our stories are complete, but you can help us finish them. All of us, together forever, adding to the collection." "I don't want to be part of your story," I said, my voice shaking. "I want to write my own." Margaret smiled, and her teeth were sharp and dark, like rows of fountain pen nibs. "But don't you see? You already are part of it. You always have been. From the moment you first stepped into this library as a freshman, your biography began writing itself, just like ours did." The other figures pressed closer, their hands reaching for me. I could see the similarities in their faces now, not in their features, but in their expressions. They all shared the same desperate hunger, the same longing for completion. They had all been students once, drawn to the knowledge contained in these shelves, only to become part of a different kind of collection entirely. "Time works differently here," Elizabeth Chen whispered, her voice like crackling vellum. "In here, we're always in the moment of discovery, always reading our stories for the first time, always trying to change the ending. But the ending never changes," James Cooper added, his antiquated diction carrying the weight of decades. "Not until we find someone new to join us, someone to add their story to ours." They were almost upon me now. I could feel the cold emanating from their bodies, smell the musty odor of old books and dried ink. My phone's flashlight began to flicker, its battery dying at the worst possible moment. in the strobing light, I saw Margaret raise my biography, its pages now glowing with the same sickly luminescence as her skin. "It's time to complete your chapter," she said. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I felt their hands on me, cold, paper-dry fingers wrapping around my arms, my legs, my throat. They were pulling me forward, and I could feel myself beginning to change. My skin was becoming like paper, my blood turning to ink, my thoughts reorganizing themselves into neat paragraphs and chapters. But then I heard something that made everyone freeze. The distinct beep of a keycard reader, followed by the heavy door at the top of the stairs opening. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, accompanied by voices. "Emma, are you down here? Your car's still in the parking lot." It was Carlos, the security guard, probably making his final rounds before midnight. The figures holding me hissed like pages caught in a draft, their grips loosening slightly. I took my chance and kicked out hard, feeling their paper-thin forms tear apart around me. I ran toward the flashlight beams, toward reality and solidity and life. "I'm here!" I screamed. "Help me!" Behind me, I heard the sound of books slamming shut, of pages rushing back into place, of stories retreating into their bindings. The figures were dissolving, returning to their shelf-bound prison as the light of the real world intruded on their domain. I burst out of the stacks just as Carlos reached the bottom of the stairs. He caught me as I stumbled, his solid warmth a sharp contrast to the cold, papery touches I'd just escaped. "Whoa, easy there. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I wanted to tell him everything, about the biographies, the faces in the shelves, the hands reaching out from between books. But when I looked back, the section where I'd found the collection was just another dark aisle of normal-looking books. Had I imagined it all? But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. As Carlos led me up the stairs, I glanced down at my hands. There, in the harsh fluorescent light of the stairwell, I could see that my skin had a different texture now. If you looked closely, very closely, you could see that it was crossed with faint lines, like pages in a book. I quit my job at the library that night, switched to remote classes for the rest of the semester, but I can't escape the feeling that my story isn't over. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear the whisper of turning pages. Sometimes I catch glimpses of familiar faces in mirrors or windows. Margaret, Elizabeth, James, all watching me with their hungry, patient expressions. And sometimes when I look at my reflection, I see my features beginning to blur, like words losing their clarity on an aging page. Because the truth is, you can't escape a story once you've become part of it. You can only hope to control the ending. The yellow fog. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at St. Augustine's Artists' Commune wasn't the converted church's imposing Gothic spires, or the way its weather-darkened stone seemed to absorb the weak autumn light. It was the smell, an earthy, almost sweet decay that reminded me of compost and something else I couldn't quite place. I would later learn that the surrounding woods were famous for their mushrooms, but at that moment, standing in the perpetual drizzle with my suitcase and art supplies, the scent only made me wonder if I'd made a mistake accepting the residency. Marion Blackwood? A tall woman with silver-streaked hair emerged from behind the heavy wooden doors. "I'm Diana Winthrop, the director. We spoke on the phone." Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she gestured for me to follow her inside. "You're just in time for evening meditation. We ring the bells at sunset." The interior was darker than I expected, despite the rows of tall windows. Maybe it was the weather. that strange yellow-tinted fog that had followed me for the last few miles of my drive. Or maybe it was the way the old church seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. My boots echoed on the stone floor as Diana led me past what must have been the nave, now subdivided into individual studio spaces by hanging canvas partitions. "Your studio is in the north transept," Diana said, her voice carrying that particular New England crispness that made everything sound like a gentle criticism. "You'll find all the basic supplies, though I see you've brought your own." She glanced at my wrapped canvases with what might have been disapproval. I clutched my favorite brushes closer to my chest. Handmade sable that had cost 3 months' rent but were worth every penny for the way they seemed to anticipate my movements, extending my intent directly onto the canvas. "I prefer to use my own tools," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was something about Diana that made me feel like I was back in art school, defending my thesis to a particularly unimpressed committee. "Of course," she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. "We find that true artists can create with anything, but comfort is important for beginners." Before I could protest that I was hardly a beginner, I had a moderately successful gallery show just last year, a sound cut through the air that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't quite a bell, though that's what Diana had called it. It was deeper, more resonant, like someone had struck a massive tuning fork. The vibration seemed to travel through the stone floor and up into my bones. "Ah, right on time," Diana said, checking her watch. 4:45. "We keep to a strict schedule here. You'll learn to appreciate the routine." She turned to me with that same not-quite smile. "Would you like to settle in first, or join us for meditation?" My head was starting to ache, either from the drive or that strange bell tone that seemed to linger in the air. "I think I'll unpack," I said. "It was a long trip." "As you wish." Was that disappointment in her voice? "The others will be eager to meet you at dinner. We've heard so much about your unique perspective on sacred geometry." I watched her walk away, her footsteps impossibly quiet on the stone floor, and tried to remember if I'd mentioned sacred geometry in my application. I didn't think I had. My work dealt primarily with organic forms, particularly mushrooms and their mycelial networks. I'd been fascinated by their hidden connections ever since I'd found that fairy ring in my parents' backyard as a child. My assigned studio space was smaller than I'd expected, but the north-facing windows would provide good light, assuming the sun ever broke through the fog. Someone had already set up an easel and a basic set of supplies: student-grade acrylics, synthetic brushes, the kind of materials I hadn't used since undergraduate studies. But it was the canvas that drew my attention. A large square piece, already primed and stretched, positioned precisely in the center of the easel. I stepped closer, frowning. The surface wasn't completely white. In the dim light, I could make out faint lines, geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. They reminded me of the growth patterns of certain fungi, the way they spread underground in perfect mathematics. "Oh, don't mind that." The voice behind me made me jump. A young man stood in the doorway, pale and thin with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost like bruises. "Sometimes the old works bleed through. I'm James, by the way. Studio next door." "Marion," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "What do you mean, bleed through?" James shrugged, a jerky movement that reminded me of a puppet on strings. "This place has history. Art has memory. You'll see." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. His breath smelled of earth and copper. "Just Don't try to paint over them. It doesn't work. Trust me." Before I could ask what he meant, another bell tone filled the air, different from the first, higher, almost piercing. James straightened up as if pulled by invisible wires. "That's the second call. You should come to meditation. It helps with the dreams." "What dreams?" But he was already gone, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. I turned back to the canvas, but in the fading light I couldn't make out the patterns anymore. Just white space, waiting to be filled. I spent the next hour unpacking, trying to arrange my space into something that felt like mine. The studio had a small attached bedroom, more of a cell really, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a dresser. The bathroom was shared down the hall. As I hung my clothes in the tiny closet, I noticed a faint discoloration on the wall behind it, spreading up from the baseboard like watercolor blooming on wet paper. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, it almost looked like it was moving. The third bell came just as I was setting up my paints. This one was different again, deeper than the first, but with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I had to grip the edge of the table until it passed, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. Dinner, it turned out, was served in what must have been the church's refectory, a long, narrow room with a vaulted ceiling that made every clink of cutlery echo. There were 12 other residents, I learned, though only 8 were at dinner that night. "The others are deep in their work," Diana explained from her place at the head of the table. "We don't disturb the process once it really takes hold." The food was simple but strange, mushroom soup that tasted both familiar and wrong somehow, and bread that had an odd yellow tinge to it. I found myself eating more than I meant to, though I wasn't particularly hungry. There was something compelling about the flavor, something that made me want to analyze it, break it down to its components. "It's the local fungi," said the woman next to me. Sarah, I thought her name was, though everyone had been introduced too quickly for me to keep track. "They have unique properties, perfect for artistic inspiration." She smiled, and I noticed a faint yellow stain at the corner of her mouth. "Diana forages them herself." I looked down at my bowl, suddenly less hungry. I didn't know mushrooms could be that color naturally. "Oh, nothing about them is natural," James said from across the table. "That's what makes them." He cut off abruptly as Diana cleared her throat. "Perhaps we should discuss your work, Marion," Diana said smoothly. "We're all very interested in your process." The way she said process made it sound like an accusation. I took a sip of water, trying to wash away the lingering taste of the soup. "I work primarily with organic forms," I began, falling into my usual artist statement. "I'm interested in the hidden connections between things, the networks that exist just below the surface." Yes, Diana interrupted. "But what are you really looking for?" The question caught me off guard. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Nobody comes to St. Augustine's by accident," Sarah said, her voice soft but intense. "We're all searching for something, the truth beneath the truth, the pattern behind the pattern." "I'm just here to work," I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something else, something that had drawn me to this place when I saw the residency listing. Something about the way the application had seemed to read my thoughts before I had them. "Of course you are," Diana said, that not quite smile again. "And work you shall, starting tomorrow. The morning bell rings at sunrise." That night I dreamed of mushrooms. They pushed up through the floorboards of my small room, pale and pulsing with their own inner light. In the dream, I watched them grow, fascinated by their geometric perfection. They formed patterns, circles, spirals, complex fractals that seemed to contain infinite depth. I wanted to paint them, to capture their impossible mathematics, but when I reached for my brushes, they squirmed in my hand like living things. I woke to the first bell of morning, my sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The dream clung to me like cobwebs, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw faint circles on the floor, glowing in the pre-dawn light. But when I blinked, they were gone. The fog was thicker than ever, pressing against the windows like something alive. Its yellow tint seemed stronger in the morning light, giving everything a jaundiced, sickly cast. I dressed quickly, shivering. The heat didn't seem to work properly in this part of the building, and made my way to the bathroom. The mirrors were all covered with cloth. When I tried to pull one down, I found it had been nailed in place. "We find reflections distracting," said a voice behind me. I turned to see an older man I didn't remember from dinner. His eyes were the same yellow as the fog. "Best to focus inward here. That's where the truth lies." I nodded as if this made perfect sense and hurried back to my studio. The canvas was waiting for me, those faint geometric patterns more visible in the morning light. They seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat, though I told myself it must be a trick of the light. I set up my paints, laying out my brushes with careful precision. They were my touchstone, my connection to the real world of galleries and critics and normal artistic concerns. I picked up my favorite, the finest sable for detail work, and turned to the canvas. The patterns were gone. The surface was pristine white, as if newly primed. But when I moved my head slightly, I could see them again, just at the edge of my vision, like after images from staring at the sun. "They do that," James said from the doorway. I hadn't heard him approach. "They hide themselves until they're ready to be seen, like mushrooms before they fruit." "There's nothing there," I said firmly, more to convince myself than him. "It's just a blank canvas." He made that puppet jerk shrug again. "If you say so. But you might want to try working with them instead of fighting them. It's easier that way. Less painful." Before I could ask what he meant, the second bell rang. This time the sound seemed to have color, a deep, pulsing yellow that matched the fog. I closed my eyes, but I could still see it behind my eyelids, forming those same geometric patterns I'd seen on the canvas. "Time for morning meditation," James said. His voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. "You should come. It helps with the adjustment." I wanted to refuse, to stay in my studio and start working on something normal, a still life maybe, or some preliminary sketches. But my feet were already moving, following James down the corridor to what had once been the church's main sanctuary. The other residents were already there, sitting in a circle on cushions. Diana stood in the center, holding something that looked like a bell, but wasn't quite. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, its surface seemed to ripple and flow. "Ah, Marian," she said, "I'm glad you decided to join us. Please sit. We were just about to begin today's visualization." I sat between James and Sarah, trying to ignore the way the floor seemed to pulse beneath me. Diana struck the not-quite bell, and the sound filled the space like liquid light. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, behind my eyes. "Close your eyes," Diana instructed, "and look for the patterns. They're always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be found." I closed my eyes, but I could still see geometric forms spinning and multiplying, mushrooms growing in perfect Fibonacci spirals, mycelial networks spreading like neural pathways. They were beautiful, terrifying. True. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty except for Diana. The quality of light suggested hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than minutes. Could it? "How do you feel?" Diana asked, helping me to my feet. My legs were stiff, as if I'd been sitting for much longer than a morning meditation. I tried to find words for the images still dancing behind my eyes. "I saw." "Yes," she said. "You did. And now you're ready to begin your real work." I stumbled back to my studio, my head swimming with visions. The canvas was waiting for me, but it wasn't blank anymore. The patterns were clear now, impossible to ignore. They wanted to be painted, needed to be painted. I picked up my brush, my beautiful, expensive sable brush, and dipped it in yellow paint that I didn't remember mixing. The bristles writhed against my fingers like tiny tentacles, but that was fine. That was right. They knew what they wanted to paint, and I was just the vehicle. The work poured out of me like fever dreams. I painted mushrooms that grew in impossible geometries, their gills reflecting infinite recursions of themselves. I painted networks of mycelia that spelled out truths in mathematical languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. I painted the yellow fog as it really was, not weather at all, but the visible manifestation of something vast and patient and hungry. I painted until my brushes wore down to nubs, their sable bristles falling out like shed skin. I painted until my fingers bled, and then I painted with that too, because the patterns demanded red now, needed that iron-copper brightness to complete their equations. The bells rang, and I painted their sound. Diana brought me soup that tasted of secrets, and I painted its flavor. Sarah sat with me sometimes, whispering about the truth beneath the truth, and I painted her words in spirals that ate themselves. I don't know how long it's been. Time moves strangely here, measured only by the bells and the growth of mushrooms through the floorboards. Real ones now, not dreams. They glow with their own light just as I knew they would, and their patterns match exactly what I've painted. My newest brush is made from James's hair. He offered it himself after his own work was complete. I saw his final piece yesterday, or maybe last week, a masterwork of sacred geometry that had somehow captured the sound of all three bells combined. He won't need his hair anymore, he said. Where he's going, he won't need anything at all. I understand now why the mirrors are covered. We don't need to see our reflections to know how we've changed. I can feel the mushrooms growing inside me, their mycelia threading through my brain in perfect, beautiful patterns. Soon, my work will be complete too. I'm writing this because I found my old phone while looking for more red paint. It still works, though the screen keeps showing me geometric patterns that I need to paint right now. But I wanted to record this first, to explain to whoever finds it why I had to accept the residency, why I had to paint the truth, why we all did. The third bell is ringing. The yellow fog is very thick now, and the mushrooms are so beautiful, geometry made flesh, mathematics made real. Diana says I'm almost ready. One last painting, she says. One final pattern to complete the sequence. I can see it now, growing behind my eyes. It's so perfect, so true. I just need a little more red paint. The anniversary. Something's wrong with the light. I'm standing at the altar of St. Michael's Church, my husband Thomas's hands clasped in mine, and the afternoon sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows isn't moving. It should be shifting, creating slowly sliding patterns of blue and red and gold across the wooden pews. But it's frozen, static, like a photograph. "Margaret," Thomas says, his voice gentle as always, "do you take this man in renewal of your sacred vows?" The words fade into a hollow echo as I stare at his face, his familiar face, lined now with 25 years of laughter and worry and love. But something strange about his eyes. They're the same warm brown they've always been, but there's a depth to them I've never noticed before, like looking down a well and seeing something move in the darkness far below. I've done this before. The thought hits me with such force that I actually sway slightly on my feet. Thomas's grip on my hands tightens, just a fraction, just enough to steady me, just enough to trap me. "Margaret?" he prompts again, still smiling that gentle smile. "Are you all right, dear?" The word catches in my throat as memories begin to surface, like bodies floating up from the bottom of a lake. Hundreds of them, thousands, each one a different version of our marriage, playing out in parallel tracks across 25 years. Making dinner in our first apartment, chopping carrots, noticing a strange metallic taste to the coffee he'd made me that morning, beginning to feel dizzy. Reset. Finding a hidden compartment behind the basement shelves, filled with photographs of women who'd gone missing in the area, my hands shaking as I recognized their faces from the news. Reset. Waking up in the middle of the night to find him standing over our bed, perfectly still, watching me sleep with eyes that reflected the darkness like a cat's. Reset. Each memory burns as it surfaces, searing away the comfortable fog I've been living in. How many times have I discovered the truth? How many times have I tried to run, to tell someone, to fight back? How many times has he simply reset everything, starting our marriage over from the beginning, wiping my memory clean like erasing a chalkboard? "Margaret?" There's an edge to his voice now, barely perceptible beneath the concern. The pressure of his hands on mine increases slightly. In the pews, our friends and family sit in perfect stillness, their faces fixed in expressions of joy and celebration. They haven't moved in several minutes, I realize. They might not be breathing. "I remember," I whisper, the words falling from my lips before I can stop them. I remember everything. Thomas's smile doesn't waver, but something shifts in those deep brown eyes. Something ancient and patient and hungry unfolds itself behind his human face. "No, dear," he says softly. "Not everything. Not yet." And then he shows me what else I've forgotten. The first time I tried to leave him was 6 months into our marriage. The memory surfaces like a splinter working its way out of skin. I'd found a notebook in his study, hidden behind a row of engineering textbooks. The pages were filled with detailed observations of my daily routine, dating back to 3 years before we'd even met. Every coffee shop I frequented, every jogging route I took, every friend I spent time with. The final entry was a calculation of exactly how long it would take me to accept his proposal. I packed a bag while he was at work, left a note saying I was visiting my sister, and drove straight to the airport. I made it as far as the ticket counter before the fluorescent lights began to flicker, and time slipped, like missing a step on a staircase. When I opened my eyes, I was back in our apartment, making coffee on a sunny morning 6 months into our marriage. The notebook didn't exist. The memory of finding it felt like a dream, growing fainter by the second. But now, Standing at the altar 25 years later, I remember that moment with perfect clarity, and I remember what came after. I remember every attempt to escape, every time I gathered evidence, every time I went to the police, every time I tried to warn the other women I'd seen in those photographs. Every single time, reality would shiver and reset, and I'd find myself back in our life together, my memories wiped clean, starting fresh with only a lingering sense of unease that I could never quite place. How many times, I ask, my voice barely audible over the oppressive silence of the church. None of our guests have moved. The sunlight remains frozen on the floor. Thomas smiles wider, and for a moment I see something else beneath his face, something with too many teeth. You know I'm a perfectionist, dear, he says. I wanted to get it exactly right. The first few hundred attempts were messy, but you helped me refine the process. Your escapes became more clever, more creative each time. It was fascinating to watch you work through different strategies, even with your memory wiped clean. Some part of you always knew, I think, always remembered, deep down. He reaches up to brush a strand of hair from my face. His touch is gentle, loving, possessive. This is the first time I've let you keep your memories, he continues. Think of it as an anniversary present. 25 years is silver traditionally, but I thought awareness would be more meaningful. Why? The word comes out as a sob. Why me? Why all of this? Because you're perfect, he says simply. Your mind, your spirit, your determination. Even now, I can see you thinking, planning, looking for a way out. It's beautiful. And I've spent 25 years, well, significantly more than that technically, helping you become even more perfect. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Would you like to know how many times we've reached this moment? How many versions of our marriage I've collected and preserved? How many Margarets I've helped evolve and grow through these loops? I try to pull away, but his grip is iron. The church seems to darken around us, the stained glass windows dulling to black. Our audience of friends and family begin to fade like old photographs, revealing their true nature. Empty shells, props, memories given form but no substance. The best part, Thomas continues, is that this isn't even the final version. We're going to keep working on it, you and I, making it better, making it perfect. And now that you're aware, the real work can begin. The darkness at the edges of my vision begins to creep inward. I can feel time starting to slip again, reality preparing to reset. But this time it's different. This time, I'll remember. Happy anniversary, my love, Thomas says, and his face splits into something that was never human at all. The darkness swallows us both, and somewhere in the distance, I hear wedding bells begin to toll. I wake up on the morning of my wedding day, 25 years ago. Sunlight streams through the window of my childhood bedroom. My wedding dress hangs on the closet door, pristine and white. I remember everything. And somewhere nearby, my perfect, patient husband-to-be is waiting to begin again. Rather than scream, I smile, because this time I remember all my previous attempts to escape. Every strategy, every failure, every reset. 25 years of experience compressed into perfect clarity. And I have a new plan. This time will be different. This time I'm not running away. This time I'm taking him with me into the void, the renovation. I never should have bought this house. That's what everyone says after a haunting, right? But I really shouldn't have bought this house. The listing price was suspiciously low for the Cambridge area, A Victorian-era home with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and enough square footage to actually have a home office. The realtor mentioned something vague about the previous owners leaving suddenly due to family circumstances, but I was too excited about finally owning property in this outrageously expensive market to dig deeper. Besides, what family doesn't have circumstances? The home inspection revealed the usual century-old house problems: outdated wiring, some water damage in the basement, creaky floorboards. Nothing particularly alarming. I was actually relieved. I'd budgeted for renovations, expecting far worse. The inspector did note some unusual modifications to the original floor plan, with certain walls appearing to have been added in the 1960s that didn't quite match the home's architectural style. But again, what old house doesn't have quirks from decades of different owners? I closed on the property in October. The autumn light filtered beautifully through the tall windows, casting warm patterns across the worn floors. The rooms still held that peculiar emptiness of a just-purchased house, that liminal space between someone else's home and your own. I spent that first week making plans, measuring rooms, and researching contractors. I wanted to restore some of the home's original Victorian charm while updating it for modern living. The first strange thing I noticed was the temperature. Certain spots in the house were inexplicably cold, even with the heating running full blast. I initially blamed poor insulation, but these cold spots seemed to move. One day the master bedroom would be freezing. The next it would be perfectly comfortable while the kitchen became an icebox. The contractors I hired to update the heating system couldn't find any obvious issues with the HVAC. It was during the initial demolition phase that we found it. The crew was removing some of the newer drywall to expose the original plaster walls when their tools struck something solid. Behind the drywall was another wall, but this one had a door. The door was made of thick, dark wood, with ornate carvings around the frame that matched the home's Victorian aesthetic. It had clearly been part of the original construction, but at some point, someone had sealed it away behind a false wall. There was no doorknob, just a simple brass handle. The crew looked to me for direction. Part of me wanted to seal it back up immediately. There had to be a reason someone had hidden it, right? But curiosity won out. I gave them the go-ahead to clear away the remaining drywall. The door opened with surprising ease, its hinges silent despite decades of disuse. Behind it was a small room, maybe 6'8" feet, with no windows. The walls were covered in the same elaborate Victorian wallpaper found elsewhere in the house, though here it was faded to an indeterminate grayish color. The hardwood floor was bare except for a single wooden chair in the center of the room. The chair was positioned to face the corner. Something about that chair made my skin crawl. It was a simple piece, probably from the same era as the house, but its positioning seemed deliberately unsettling. Who would put a single chair facing a corner, and why seal up the entire room? The crew was clearly unnerved. I tried to laugh it off. Probably just an old punishment room for naughty children. But no one smiled. I told them to take a break while I documented the discovery for my renovation blog. As I photographed the room, I noticed other odd details. There were scratch marks on the floor around the chair legs, as if it had been repeatedly dragged into that exact position. The wallpaper in the corner the chair faced was more deteriorated than the rest, with long vertical tiers running from floor to ceiling, and despite the decades of dust coating everything else, the chair's seat was clean, as if recently used. I closed the door and told the crew to continue with their scheduled work elsewhere in the house. We could deal with this room later. But as they packed up their tools that evening, I caught them making furtive glances toward that corner of the house. I didn't blame them. Even with the door closed and hidden from view, you could feel its presence, like a weight pressing against your consciousness. That night I had trouble sleeping. The house seemed different now, as if finding that room had changed something fundamental about its character. The usual creaks and settling noises of an old home took on new meaning. I could have sworn I heard scratching coming from inside the walls. When I came downstairs the next morning, all of my furniture had been rearranged. Every chair, every couch, every stool was turned to face that corner of the house where we'd found the door. Even the heavy antique buffet had been rotated 90 degrees. I called the police. The responding officers were sympathetic but unhelpful. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing was missing, and technically no crime had been committed. They suggested I install security cameras and made some notes for their report. I spent the rest of the day putting everything back in place, trying to convince myself there must be a rational explanation. Maybe I had a very specific burglar with an interest in interior design. The security company couldn't come until the following week, so I pushed my heavy dresser in front of the bedroom door before going to bed. The scratching in the walls was louder that night. It seemed to move through the house, traveling from room to room in a circular pattern. Around 3 a.m., I distinctly heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. I lay perfectly still, watching the shadow visible beneath the door, waiting for someone to try the handle. After what felt like hours, the shadow moved away. The next morning, all the furniture was facing the corner again, including my dresser. When the contractors arrived, they immediately noticed something was off. Their tools from the previous day, which they'd locked in the garage, were arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the living room floor. Each tool was positioned with mechanical precision, forming a complete circle with exactly equal spacing between items. In the center of the circle was the chair from the hidden room. 2 of the contractors quit on the spot. Can't say I blame them. The foreman, a burly man named Mike, who'd been in construction for 20 years, tried to convince them to stay. "Look, weird stuff happens in old houses," he said. "We can work somewhere else in the building, leave this area alone." That's when we heard the humming. It was coming from the hidden room, a soft melodic sound like someone quietly singing to themselves. We all froze. The humming grew louder, more distinct. It was a woman's voice, singing what sounded like a lullaby. But the words were wrong somehow, like English played backwards. Mike approached the door slowly, his hand reaching for the handle. I wanted to stop him, to tell him not to open it, but I couldn't make my voice work. He pushed the door open. The room was empty except for the chair, which was still in the center of the floor where we'd left it. But now there were handprints on the walls, hundreds of them, overlapping, made in what looked like ash or dark soil. They started at about waist height and continued up the walls and across the ceiling, all oriented toward that corner. The humming had stopped. The remaining crew packed up their tools and left. Mike promised to call me later about continuing the renovation, but his voice shook as he said it. I knew he wouldn't be back. I should have left too. Any sane person would have run from that house and never looked back. But I'd sunk my entire savings into this place, and some stubborn part of me refused to be driven out by what was probably just an elaborate prank. I called a paranormal investigator instead. The investigator, a middle-aged woman named Sarah with graying hair and sensible shoes, arrived that afternoon. She didn't seem fazed by my story, calmly setting up various pieces of equipment while I recounted the events of the past few days. She had me draw a floor plan of the house, marking the location of the hidden room and noting where all the furniture had been repositioned. "Interesting pattern," she said, studying my drawing. "It's not just that everything faces the corner. It's all arranged in concentric circles with decreasing radius as you get closer to that room, like a spiral drawing inward." She looked up at me. "Have you sat in the chair?" The question sent a chill down my spine. "No, of course not. Why would I?" "Because you want to." It wasn't a question. "You've been thinking about it, haven't you? Wondering what it would feel like, just for a moment." I started to deny it, but she was right. Ever since we'd found that room, some part of me had been drawn to that chair. Even now I could feel its pull, like a physical sensation in my chest. Sarah nodded as if I'd confirmed something. "That's how it starts. The compulsion grows stronger over time. Previous owners." She trailed off as a loud thump came from upstairs, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. We rushed up the stairs to find my bed had been moved. It was now pointed toward the corner, its headboard pressed against the wall as if trying to phase through it, to align with that hidden room. While we stood there processing this, all the lights in the house went out. In the sudden darkness, I heard Sarah intake breath sharply. "Do you smell that?" I did. It was a musty, organic smell, like wet soil and decaying leaves. It seemed to be coming from the walls themselves, and underneath it, barely detectable, was the metallic tang of blood. The scratching started again, more intense than before. It was all around us now, a frenzied scratching punctuated by dull thuds, as if multiple someones were trying to claw their way through the walls. Sarah's equipment began beeping and whirring, the displays lighting up with activity. Then we heard the singing. It was the same backwards lullaby as before, but now it was coming from multiple voices, all slightly out of sync with each other. The effect was profoundly wrong, like a corrupted audio file played through broken speakers. The voices seemed to be moving, circling us in the darkness. Sarah's face was illuminated by her equipment's displays, casting harsh shadows that made her look skull-like. "We need to leave," she said. "Now. Before—" The singing stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, we heard footsteps coming from the hidden room. Slow, deliberate steps moving toward the door. We ran. Outside, the autumn evening was jarringly normal. Cars drove past. Leaves skittered across the sidewalk. Somewhere a dog was barking. Sarah's professional demeanor had cracked. Her hands shook as she packed up her equipment. "I can recommend some colleagues who specialize in cleansing houses," she said. "But honestly, my professional advice would be to sell. Whatever's in there, it's old, and it's patient, and it's been feeding for a very long time." "Feeding on what?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. She gestured to my phone, which was still displaying the floor plan we'd drawn. The spiral pattern of furniture now seemed obvious, almost painfully so. "Notice anything about the dimensions of that hidden room? It's exactly the same size as the original house's parlor, according to the historic plans I found. That room shouldn't exist. There's not enough space for it. It's as if it's been folded somehow, tucked into a corner of reality where it doesn't belong." She continued, "The chair is a focus point, an anchor. When someone sits in it, well, let's just say the previous owners didn't leave due to family circumstances. They're still here in a way, parts of them at least, and they're not alone. I spent that night in a hotel, researching the house's history. The more I dug, the more disturbing the pattern became. Every few decades, a family would move in, begin renovations, and then disappear. The official records cited various reasons: foreclosure, family emergency, job relocation, but the timing was always the same. It happened shortly after they started opening up walls. The earliest record I could find was from 1891, when the original owner, a wealthy industrialist named Theodore Barrett, began extensive renovations on the house. According to newspaper articles from the time, Barrett became increasingly obsessed with sacred geometry and dimensional folding. His journals, excerpts of which were published after his disappearance, described experiments with non-Euclidean spaces and attempts to create a door where there should be no door. Barrett's wife reported that he spent hours sitting in their parlor, staring at the corner, muttering about the angles being all wrong. She said he would walk in circles around the house, measuring distances that somehow never added up the same way twice. The last entry in his journal read simply, "The corner is not a corner, it is a curve, and we are all already around it." 2 months later, the entire Barrett family vanished. The house stood empty for years until, in 1918, a young couple bought it and began their own renovations. Their story ended the same way. I should have taken Sarah's advice and sold the house immediately, but something kept me from contacting a realtor. The same something that kept drawing my thoughts back to that chair, wondering what Barrett had seen while sitting in it, wondering what all the others had seen before they. The scratching in the walls is getting louder now. The handprints have begun appearing throughout the house, on the ceiling, in the bathrooms, under the beds, always pointed toward that corner. The singing comes more frequently, and sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Dark shapes walking in perfect circles, their movements synchronized like planets in orbit. My furniture rearranges itself every night now, and I've stopped trying to move it back. The spiral pattern is almost beautiful once you understand it. Everything flowing toward a central point, drawn by an inexorable gravity. I find myself walking in circles too, measuring rooms that seem larger on the inside than simple geometry should allow. The chair calls to me. Every day the compulsion grows stronger. I dream about sitting in it, about finally seeing what Barrett saw, about understanding why the corner is not a corner but a curve. I dream about joining the others in their endless circling, adding my voice to their backward songs. I'm writing this as a warning, I suppose, though I doubt it will make a difference. The house will find new owners after I'm gone, and they too will begin renovations, and they too will find that door. Or perhaps they'll find a different door, leading to the same room that is somehow both here and not here, contained within itself, like a Klein bottle or a Mobius strip. The scratching is very loud tonight. The walls pulse with it, like a heartbeat, like breathing. The handprints are spreading across my desk as I write, appearing one by one, reaching toward that corner that is not a corner. The singing is starting again, and I recognize some of the voices now. Soon, I'll recognize all of them. I know I should leave, run, escape while I still can, but the chair is waiting and I'm so very tired of fighting its pull. Maybe I'll just sit for a moment, just a moment to see what Barrett saw, to understand why the angles are wrong, why the measurements never add up, why the corner is really a curve. Just for a moment. I can hear them walking now, circling, circling. Their footsteps echo through spaces that shouldn't exist, marking time like a metronome. The handprints have reached my fingers as I type these last words. They're so warm. Everything is warm here, despite the cold spots. Everything is connected, curved, folded in on itself like an origami universe. The chair is calling. I think I'll sit down now, just for a moment, just to see, just to understand why the corner is not a... The following text was found carved into the wall of the hidden room, beneath layers of handprints. The corner is not a corner. The door is not a door. The room is not a room. We are not alone. We are not separate. We are all around the curve. Come sit with us, just for a moment, just for a moment. Has your husband been standing still? The woman at the door said her husband was inside my home. She was agitated and ran her fingers through her unwashed hair. You have the wrong address. It's just me, I said, then lied. And my boyfriend is here. No, please, just listen to me, she said, placing a hand on the door frame and leaning in toward me. I said I couldn't help her. Said again she had the wrong address, then shut the door. But I could still hear her. I don't know what he'll do. Let me in, let me find him, she said, her muffled voice sharpening while her palm drummed on the door. He stands still. I froze in the entryway and waited full minutes after it sounded like she had left, in case her ear was pressed to the door. I didn't give much thought to her husband at first. There was something off about her, how she tried to talk so calmly, even though it was obvious she was coiled tight enough to snap. She kept floating on her toes, looking into my apartment behind me. But she also didn't seem outcast, or even neglected, really. Her cashmere sweater and tapered pants told a different story. So I searched my apartment with the crowbar I kept under the sheets in the linen closet. No one was in the front rooms, with their windows facing the street. I had been there all day, so it was impossible for anyone to have broken in that way. Then I remembered the old dumbwaiter shaft. It was behind the kitchen door, shut behind a hinged metal slab. To keep noise from bleeding between apartments, it was no longer an open shaft, but a dusty compartment used as a pass-through for cables. I brought along my biggest chef knife from the drawer across from the refrigerator. The steel panel was painted the same color as the wall and had no handle or latch. Instead, there was a small jagged hole punched in one side with several drill bit plunges. I dug a screwdriver out of the junk drawer and tried to pry it open with a single jerk, so I could step back and hold out the blade in my other hand. Instead, it swung open with a painfully slow creak, and I dropped the knife, scaring myself even more when it clattered at my feet. Without thinking, I bent down to pick it up. Kneeling on the floor, I imagined a pale hand reaching out into my hair and skull. But when I stood up and looked inside, there was nothing there, just the dark. It was empty. When I left the kitchen and crossed by the front door again, I saw that the woman had shoved a piece of paper in my door, like a takeout menu. It was a torn envelope, like something pulled crumpled from the trash, and had written on it the words, "Listen, please." Then I heard her whisper from low down on the door, even below where I had kneeled to pull at the scrap of paper. The first time my husband was around the corner from our French doors, in the hollow where my desk meets the printer cabinet. He must have been there all morning. He was standing straight up, like a sunflower, but I didn't see him until I got up from the desk and bumped my ankle. When I looked up suddenly, he was there, staring at nothing. The second time, he was behind an all-glass display case in our entryway, pinched between a pane and the wall just inside the front door. The whispering stopped and I realized I was barely breathing. I was still kneeling and my knees were beginning to get sore. "Are you still there?" the whispered voice asked. I didn't answer. "He's gotten really skinny and goes through tubes of high SPF sunscreen whenever he is called out to a site, so now he's white as an electric socket. He can suppress his presence and take away your intuitive sense that another person is nearby. He's practicing. He's getting better. He knows where your eyes land and the spaces they slide over. "Go away," I screamed, before retreating to the farthest corner of my apartment away from the front door. It took me a while to calm down, with some TV and all the lights on. I didn't pay attention to the show, but told myself that the woman at the door had a mental illness and a persecution complex, and she wanted to pull me into her delusion. I crept to the window and peered into the park across the street from my house. It was small and mostly mown, with a picnic pavilion and a swing set. But right across from me was a shock of forest, rising up curling and unwanted. The sun was still up, but low enough for this thicket to be dark in its own shadows. I looked for her there, expecting I don't know what. 2 red eyes? I didn't see her, and opened the blinds fully. A few families were playing volleyball down at the farthest end of the park, but it was otherwise empty. Then I caught the blue light off an e-cig. It was her, seated in a shadowed beach chair, with her legs stacked casually in front of her. I could barely see her face, but it looked as if she was staring into my windows. I debated whether to go out to confront her, but when I turned around, I saw her husband. I didn't scream. My throat snapped shut on my breath. Through the kitchen doorway across the room, I could see my dishwasher and him standing next to it, one leg against the fridge. He wasn't standing straight, but bent forward at a right angle, his back aligned with the marble countertop. One arm was held pinned against his thigh, the other down, then the wrist up, with fingers out in odd angles. His face pointed forward, aligned atop his body like a bullet on a shell casing, with his eyes aimed to one side of me and far away. He wore an expression of rapture on a pale face. His lips were glittering red. He didn't move or react and showed no signs of being detected. But I still expected those eyes to swivel and land on me. Didn't feel I could move or look away until it did. I forced myself to clap, then to wave my arms, but there was no reaction. "You," I said. "Sir," I added, "you need to leave." He didn't react, and it wasn't just as if he was ignoring me. There wasn't a tremor or breath. He stayed so still it was as if the whole world had frozen. I called 911, of course. The operator urged me to get out of the house as quickly as possible. I stayed on the line with the operator, but there was nothing left to say. My only way out was past him. Acid filled my stomach. There was no way I could cross that room. I considered tossing something at him, or attacking him, but there was nothing more dangerous than a TV remote nearby. The operator said something about officers on the way, and my phone slipped from my hand in my rush to bring it back to my ear. My eyes never dropped from the husband, who didn't flinch when my phone crunched on impact, then clattered across the floor and under the couch. I lowered myself to my hands and knees and considered crawling over and reaching under, until I realized it would put him out of sight. It was better to escape. Maybe I could crawl by him without touching him and he'll stay frozen. Or would he just grab me when I got close? I didn't have a choice. At the threshold between hardwood and tile, I looked down at my hands on the floor, and when I looked up, he was gone. But it was only for an instant, because suddenly I could see him again just in front of me. He hadn't moved. My eyes had let him go and struggled to find him again, like he wasn't where I had expected, or if I had somehow forgotten him. The arms holding me up shook so violently that I pitched forward, landing on the side of my face with a smack. I landed right at his feet, but didn't touch him. Pushing back on the heels of my hands, I rolled backwards and slammed into the cabinet behind me, hard enough that I heard the fiberboard crack inside the door. I could crawl by him now, but first watched him for any sign of movement. He was in a khaki t-shirt that didn't quite match the wood cabinetry or stand out from the white refrigerator at his back, nor were his dark pants much of a match for the brushed chrome of the dishwasher, though I could see he had a sliver of something shimmery silver, like a lanyard loop, hanging out from his pocket. I don't know how he could have disappeared from my sight, but he didn't seem to notice me. I strained to keep an eye on him over my shoulders as I crawled past, until I couldn't move slowly any longer. I scrambled to my feet, tumbling into a standing position, then into a headlong run, where I couldn't tell my heartbeats from the pounding of feet on the floor. After struggling with the lock, I finally squeezed through my front door and shut it behind me without looking back. The police came, searched my apartment, found no one. I tried to explain that he might still be there, that they just hadn't seen him. But they wouldn't come back in with me. They wouldn't search the park either. They were annoyed I wouldn't go back inside, but eventually left. I didn't have my phone and didn't know where to go, so I wandered out of my building in a daze. It was dark out now, but the night air felt good. I saw a car double parked, but didn't pay it any attention until the woman pushed open the passenger side door from the driver's seat and waved me over. I'd be embarrassed to describe the horrible things I said to her, but she was calm and composed. She knew how to handle her husband standing still, and was nothing like the woman who first confronted me on my doorstep. I don't want to give her real name, so I'll call her Flora. "I'll teach you to see him," was the first thing Flora told me once I was able to listen. I didn't want to see him or to go anywhere with this person, but I didn't know what else to do. She drove me far outside of the city until I could see stars over a sprawling suburbia. Somewhere nearer the highway, where duplex condos faded into industrial parks, she turned into a multi-acre construction site. It was all blonde dirt, scraped and marked by bulldozer treads. At the center was a cinder block frame that might one day grow into a big box store. She turned off her headlights, and suddenly the feeling I had ignored in favor of her serene understanding of my situation could no longer be ignored. I was struck dumb with fear, my sore muscles protesting at being called back to alert. Had I met a couple working together? But she kept talking reasonably, kept her instructions simple, and I found no moment to protest. Instead, I followed her, even let her take me by the hand and pull me in a circuitous path out into the center of the standing blocks. She laid out a picnic blanket and urged me to lay on my back next to her with a friendly pat. Inside, I was screaming. "We're in the middle of one of the dimmer meteor showers that doesn't get headlines," she said, "but we can see one every few minutes if we know how to look. Men who stand still," she told me, "can't be searched out like a bird among branches or a face in the crowd. That is a search for specificity. Even if you could live in a state of constant scrutiny, where every pixel of reality is examined, you would not often find these unmoving men. They slip into your scotoma and escape your attention because they are no longer objects to be found." "There was one," she said, pointing to a part of the sky. "Did you see that one?" "I hadn't." "Because you are darting around looking for shooting stars," she said, "instead of looking at the surface of reality." Her husband had receded into the sky of our day-to-day existence, she said. When standing still, he wasn't an object to be found in space, but had shut down every part of himself to become permanent. She taught me to make my eyes flat and to search without an idea of what I wanted to see. To see them, you can no longer want anything from the sky, she said. You have to deaden yourself to know what surrounds you. I laughed when I saw the first shooting star and forgot about my terrible day. Then there was another and another. "Now, please, please, don't be afraid," she said, sitting up and placing her hand on my goose-pimpled forearm. I looked around with my meteor eyes. There were men standing in strange shapes, pressed against the cinder blocks, and standing in the mud at bent angles, and even across the street, holding themselves straight. "I see them everywhere now," she whispered. "There are so many of them standing still." I never wanted to write this down, but my therapist says I need to process what happened, that putting it into words might help make sense of it, help me accept that it was real. Though honestly, I still wish I could convince myself it wasn't. It started with my friend Marcus's confession. We were having our usual Friday night drinks at O'Malley's, that dive bar downtown where the neon beer signs barely cut through the perpetual haze of cigarette smoke that seems embedded in the walls. I remember everything about that night with this weird, sharp clarity. The way the ice clinked against his glass as his hand trembled. How his voice dropped to barely above a whisper when he finally told me. "I found something in the church basement," he said, staring into his whiskey. "Something that shouldn't be there." I should mention that Marcus was the maintenance guy at St. Augustine's, this ancient Gothic revival church that looms over the east side of town like something out of a Victorian ghost story. The place had been around since the 1800s, all weathered limestone and creeping ivy, with those towering spires that always seemed to scratch at the belly of the clouds. Marcus had worked there for almost a decade, knew every creaking floorboard and dusty corner. "What do you mean?" I asked, watching him drain his glass. His hands were shaking so bad he almost missed setting it back down on the sticky bar top. "Like what kind of something?" He wouldn't look at me, just kept staring straight ahead, his face gone this sickly shade of gray in the dim bar lighting. "I was doing the annual inspection of the confession boxes," he said, "checking for termites, rot, that kind of thing. But when I opened up the maintenance panel in the back of the north box, the one that's been out of order for years," he trailed off, rubbing at his face like he was trying to scrub away the memory. "There was wax," he continued finally. "All these little rivulets of it, dried in these weird patterns on the wood. At first I thought maybe it was just from old candles, you know. But then I noticed the holes." "Holes?" "Tiny ones. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all through the wood. Like something had been eating its way through. And when I shined my flashlight in deeper..." He grabbed my arm then, his fingers digging in so hard I could feel his nails through my sleeve. "It moved, Dave. Whatever was in there, it moved." I remember trying to laugh it off, even as something cold slithered down my spine. "Come on, man. Probably just rats or something. Old buildings like that." "It wasn't rats." His voice had gone flat, dead. "I know what rats look like. It was like a rope, but it was segmented, and there were so many legs, all of them moving at once, like a centipede," I supplied, immediately regretting it when he flinched so hard he knocked over his empty glass. "Bigger," he whispered, "so much bigger." And the sound it made, this weird scratching, clicking noise, like dozens of little mandibles working all at once. I slammed the panel shut so fast I almost broke it. But I could still hear it in there, moving around. And I think it heard me too. I tried to rationalize it, of course, told him he was probably just stressed, maybe needed some sleep, but he wouldn't let it go. Kept insisting that something was wrong with that confession box, that the whole out of order sign had been there for a reason, that maybe someone else had found it too, and instead of dealing with it, they'd just tried to seal it away. "I have to go back," he said suddenly, standing up so fast his bar stool almost toppled. "I have to make sure it can't get out." "Whoa, hold on," I grabbed his arm. "You're in no shape to drive. Let me call you a cab." "No time," he muttered, already pulling away. "It's after midnight. Church'll be empty. Best time to check things out. Make sure everything's secure." I should have stopped him. Should have insisted on going with him or called someone or, I don't know, something. Instead, I just watched him stumble out into the night, telling myself he'd sleep it off and laugh about it in the morning. That was the last time anyone saw Marcus alive. They found his body 3 days later, when the smell started seeping through the floorboards into the main sanctuary. He was inside the confession box, not the penitent's side where people would normally sit, but the priest's section, crammed into that tiny space like he'd been trying to reach something in the back. The official cause of death was listed as accidental asphyxiation, which I guess makes sense given how narrow that space was, but they never explained the weird waxy residue they found all over his clothes and skin, or the hundreds of tiny puncture wounds, each no bigger than a pinhead, that covered his body. I couldn't let it go. Maybe it was guilt, or maybe I just needed to prove to myself that Marcus hadn't been crazy. But a week after the funeral, I found myself picking the lock on St. Augustine's side door at 2 a.m., armed with nothing but a heavy-duty flashlight and a crowbar I'd borrowed from my garage. The church was different at night. During the day, it was all polished wood and filtered sunlight through stained glass. But in the darkness, it felt ancient, hungry. My footsteps echoed off the vaulted ceiling, despite my attempts to walk quietly, and the air had this thick, waxy smell that caught in the back of my throat, like old candles, but wrong somehow. Too sweet, with this underlying note of decay that made my stomach turn. The confession box looked innocent enough from the outside, just another piece of antique furniture, its dark wood gleaming dully in my flashlight beam. The out-of-order sign was still there, yellowed with age and curling at the corners. I tried the door to the priest's side, locked of course, but the maintenance panel Marcus had mentioned was just where he'd described it, hidden behind a decorative molding at the back. My hands were shaking so bad it took me 3 tries to work the crowbar into the seam. The wood creaked in protest as I pried, and then suddenly gave way with a sharp crack that seemed to echo through the entire church. I froze, heart pounding, but the silence that followed was absolute. The panel swung open with a whiff of that sickly sweet smell, so strong it made my eyes water. I had to swallow hard against the urge to gag as I shined my flashlight into the space beyond. The beam caught countless threads of dried wax, forming these intricate, almost organic-looking patterns across the wood. And the holes. God, the holes. They were everywhere, turning the solid wood into something that looked more like lacework. Some were fresh, the edges still pale and raw. Others were older, darkened with age, and other things I didn't want to think about. And then I saw the movement. It was subtle at first, just a suggestion of motion in the shadows at the back of the space. But as I watched, unable to look away, something began to emerge from one of the larger holes. Something long and segmented, its chitinous body reflecting my flashlight beam in a way that made it look almost crystalline, almost beautiful, in the same way a spider's web can be beautiful right before you realize you're caught in it. The legs came next. So many legs, each one tipped with something that looked unsettlingly like a tiny human finger. They moved in this horrible undulating wave as the thing pulled itself forward, and I could hear this dry, rustling sound that reminded me of old paper being crumpled. Or maybe that was just the sound of my own ragged breathing. I don't know how much of it I actually saw emerge before my nerve broke. Probably only a few segments, though it felt like feet. But what I remember most clearly was the moment it turned what I guess you'd call its head toward me. Because that's when I saw the face, or rather, faces. Dozens of them, tiny and distorted, pressed against the translucent surface of its carapace like fossils in amber. Some of them were moving. I think I screamed. I must have, because my throat was raw afterward. I remember dropping both the flashlight and the crowbar, remember stumbling backwards so fast I slammed into one of the pews. By the time I scrambled to my feet, I could hear that clicking, scratching sound Marcus had described, growing louder and faster, like something picking up speed. I ran. I ran until my lungs were burning and my legs felt like they were going to give out. Ran until I was halfway across town, before I finally collapsed in front of an all-night diner. The waitress must have thought I was having some kind of breakdown, the way I was shaking and crying and babbling about faces in the wax. Maybe I was. They found my flashlight the next morning, still lying on the floor in front of the confession box. The crowbar was gone. So was the maintenance panel, just smooth wood where it had been, like it had never existed at all. When I tried to tell the police what I'd seen, they just gave me this look. The same look people give me now when I try to explain why I can't go into churches anymore, why I flinch at the sight of candles, why I wake up screaming sometimes, convinced I can hear that dry, clicking sound coming from inside my walls. The confession box is still there, still marked out of order. Sometimes I drive by St. Augustine's late at night and I swear I can see a faint light flickering behind those windows, like candlelight. And sometimes, if I listen carefully, I think I can hear something that sounds almost like whispered prayers, almost like screaming. But the worst part, the part that keeps me up at night, that makes me question everything I think I know about reality, it's not the memory of what I saw in that church. It's not even the guilt about Marcus. It's the dreams I've been having lately. Dreams where I'm back in that confession box. But this time, I'm inside the walls, moving through tunnels of wax and wood, feeling my body stretch and segment, growing new appendages with every molt. Dreams where I'm not alone, where I can feel others moving with me, through me, becoming part of me. Their faces press against my skin from the inside. Their voices blend with mine in that endless chittering prayer. And sometimes in those dreams, I catch glimpses of my reflection in the polished wood. I see what I'm becoming, what we're all becoming, one confession at a time. And I understand why that box has been there so long, why it will always be there. Because some sins aren't meant to be forgiven. They're meant to be transformed. I said at the beginning that my therapist wanted me to write this down, to help process it. But that's not entirely true. I'm writing this as a warning. Because lately I've noticed more churches in town putting up out-of-order signs on their confession boxes. And sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear that familiar clicking sound coming from inside them, spreading, growing, waiting. So if you ever see one of those signs, walk away. Don't look too closely at the wood. Don't listen for the whispers. And whatever you do, don't confess, because something is waiting to hear your sins, something that hungers for guilt and shame and regret. something that wants to add your face to its collection, your voice to its endless prayer. And it's patient, so patient. After all, everyone has something to confess eventually. Don't let it be you. Don't let it. The midnight rounds. The first time I saw him was during the graveyard shift at St. Margaret's Hospital. I'd been working there for 6 years, long enough to know every doctor, nurse, and orderly by name, long enough to recognize the unique footsteps of my colleagues echoing through the sterile hallways at 3 a.m., long enough to know that what I witnessed that night shouldn't have been possible. I was doing my regular rounds in the terminal ward, checking on Mrs. Henderson in room 412. She had stage 4 pancreatic cancer and wasn't expected to make it through the week. As I approached her room, I heard her speaking to someone. Strange, given it was well past midnight and visitors weren't allowed at this hour. "Yes, doctor," her weak voice carried through the partially open door. "I understand. Thank you for explaining everything." I quickened my pace, wondering which doctor had broken protocol by visiting so late. As I reached for the door handle, a tall figure in a black coat stepped out. He carried an old-fashioned leather medical bag, the kind you'd see in photographs from the 1900s. Our eyes met for a brief moment, or rather, they would have, if I could see any eyes beneath the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. He nodded politely and walked past me, his footsteps completely silent on the linoleum floor. The air grew cold as he passed, and for a moment, I caught a whiff of something strange, formaldehyde mixed with dried roses and decay. I rushed into Mrs. Henderson's room expecting to find her distressed by the unauthorized visitor. Instead, she looked more peaceful than I'd seen her in weeks. A small smile played on her lips as she stared out the window at the full moon. "Mrs. Henderson? Are you all right? Who was that doctor?" She turned to me, her eyes clearer than they'd been in days. "Oh, Sarah. He was so kind, explaining everything that's going to happen. I'm not scared anymore." "Which doctor was it?" I pressed, although a creeping suspicion told me I didn't want to know the answer. He didn't say his name, but he knew everything about my condition, even things I hadn't told anyone. She paused, her smile widening slightly. "He showed me what's waiting on the other side. It's beautiful, Sarah. So beautiful." Mrs. Henderson died at exactly midnight the next night. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that the mysterious doctor was probably a specialist I hadn't met before, making a late-night exception for a terminal patient. I almost convinced myself to believe it too, until it happened again, and again, and again. Always the same figure in the black coat, always the same leather bag, always visiting patients exactly 24 hours before their death, never appearing on any security cameras, never signing any charts, never leaving any trace of his presence except for that lingering smell of formaldehyde and roses. I started keeping track after the third incident. In 6 months, I documented 47 visits, 47 deaths, all precisely at midnight the following day. Some were expected, terminal patients like Mrs. Henderson. Others were seemingly stable patients who suffered sudden complications, but the pattern never varied. I tried telling my supervisor, but she dismissed my concerns. I showed her my documentation, the impossibly precise timing of deaths following these visits. She suggested I was overworked and recommended I take some time off. I couldn't let it go. I started volunteering for extra night shifts, determined to confront this mysterious figure. I installed a small personal camera in my uniform button, hoping to capture evidence. I took detailed notes of every encounter, every patient conversation, searching for some pattern beyond the obvious connection to death. That's how I noticed something even stranger. The patients who received these visits never died alone. No matter how unexpected their death, no matter what time of night, someone was always with them in their final moments. Usually a loved one who had a sudden urge to visit, or a nurse who felt inexplicably drawn to check on them at just the right time. It was during one of these documentation sessions that I met Dr. Marcus Chen, a new resident who actually listened to my story. Instead of suggesting I seek psychiatric help, he offered to help me investigate. Together we dug through historical records of the hospital, looking for any mention of a doctor matching our mysterious visitor's description. We found something in the hospital's founding documents from 1887. A photograph of the original medical staff showed a tall figure standing slightly apart from the group. He wore a black coat and carried that same distinctive leather bag. The photograph was faded, but the man's face was eerily obscured, as if the photographic plate had been damaged precisely where his features should have been. The caption listed him as Dr. Jonathan Thaddeus Blake, head of palliative care. Further research revealed that Dr. Blake had been known for his unprecedented success in easing the suffering of terminal patients. According to hospital records, none of his patients died alone, and all reported peaceful, painless deaths. Dr. Blake himself had vanished without a trace in 1888, after a devastating hospital fire claimed 27 lives. His body was never found. The only item recovered from his office was his leather medical bag, untouched by the flames. But when the bag was opened, it was completely empty. I thought this discovery would help me make sense of what was happening. Instead, it only raised more questions. Was I seeing a ghost? Some kind of immortal being? Or was I slowly losing my grip on reality? The answer came on a quiet Tuesday night, exactly 6 months after I began my investigation. I was checking on Mr. Rodriguez in room 415 when I heard the now familiar sound of silence, that peculiar absence of sound that preceded the mysterious doctor's appearances. I turned, and there he stood in the doorway, leather bag in hand. But this time was different. This time, he spoke. Nurse Sarah Collins. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying none of the hollow eeriness I'd expected from a supernatural being. We need to discuss your interest in my work. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed at me to run. Who are you? What are you? He set his bag down and removed his hat. The face beneath was surprisingly human, elderly but distinguished, with kind eyes that held unfathomable depths of compassion and sorrow. I've had many names throughout the centuries, he said, but you know me as Dr. Blake. I've been watching you, Sarah. Your dedication to your patients, your determination to understand what's happening here. It reminds me of myself long ago. Are you death? He smiled softly. No. Think of me more as a guide, a translator between worlds. I help ease the transition, ensure no one faces the ultimate journey alone. It's a calling I chose, just as you chose nursing. But why show yourself to me? Because it's time for someone else to carry on this work. The world needs more guides, Sarah. The position is unusual, but the benefits are eternal. He opened his bag, which seemed to contain nothing but endless darkness. Would you like to learn? I should have been terrified. I should have run away. Instead, I found myself stepping forward, drawn by a deep sense of rightness. All those nights watching patients suffer, wanting to do more to help them through their final moments. Perhaps this was the answer I'd been searching for all along. What would I have to do? His smile widened. "Simply take my bag. The knowledge comes with it. But understand, Sarah, this is not a decision to make lightly. The role demands complete dedication. You'll walk between worlds, never fully belonging to either. You'll witness countless deaths, but you'll ensure none of them are truly alone." I reached for the bag, my hand trembling. "Will I die?" "In a manner of speaking. The person you are now will cease to exist, but what you'll become is far more meaningful." As my fingers touched the worn leather handle, memories flooded my mind, thousands of deaths throughout history, all guided by the figure before me. I saw the true nature of his work, not just ensuring peaceful deaths, but maintaining the delicate balance between life and death itself. I understood then why he'd chosen me. My obsession with documenting his appearances hadn't been about proving his existence. It had been about proving to myself that death could be gentle, meaningful, even beautiful in its own way. I gripped the bag firmly and felt a profound transformation begin. My flesh became shadow, my bones became mist, and my soul expanded to encompass both the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. The last thing I saw as Sarah Collins was Dr. Blake's form dissolving into peaceful nothingness, his centuries of service finally complete. That was 3 years ago. Now I walk the halls of St. Margaret's Hospital every night, visiting those whose time draws near. I show them the peace that awaits, ensure they don't face their final moments alone, and help maintain the balance between worlds. Sometimes I catch newer nurses watching me with suspicious eyes, documenting my appearances just as I once did. I know that someday, one of them will be ready to take my place, just as I took Dr. Blake's. The cycle will continue, as it has for centuries. But there's something I haven't mentioned yet, something that still haunts me, even in my current form. Remember how I said Dr. Blake chose me because of my dedication to understanding death? That wasn't entirely true. You see, I've now inherited all of his memories, including the truth about how guides are chosen. We don't pick people who study death. We pick people who are marked for it. The night Dr. Blake first appeared to me, he wasn't there for any patient. He was there for me. I had a brain aneurysm, set to rupture at midnight the following day. I would have died alone in my apartment, undiscovered for days. Instead, he offered me a choice: accept my fate and pass on, or take up his mantle and use my borrowed time to help others through their final moments. I chose the latter, and in doing so became something both more and less than human. But here's the real twist, the part that truly terrifies me even now. Every person who takes this role is simply postponing their own death. We're all living on borrowed time, maintaining the balance by trading our services for a continuation of our existence. And someday, when I find my own replacement, someone else marked for death who has the right combination of compassion and curiosity, I'll finally have to face what I've been helping others navigate all these years. I wonder if I'll be as peaceful as my patients when that moment comes. I wonder if my replacement will show me the same gentle understanding I show others. I wonder if... Oh, I feel a pulling sensation. Someone needs me. Room 412, a new patient. Their time comes at midnight tomorrow. As I walk down the familiar hallway, leather bag in hand, I catch my reflection in a window. For a moment I see myself as others must see me, a tall figure in a black coat, face obscured by shadow, bringing with me the scent of formaldehyde and dried roses. I straighten my hat and enter the room. The patient looks up, frightened at first, but I know how to ease their fears. I've done this hundreds of times now. "Good evening," I say softly, setting my bag down. "We have much to discuss about your journey. After all, everyone deserves to understand what awaits them on the other side, even if some of us have to wait centuries to find out for ourselves." The passenger. I can still hear the rain pounding against the windshield, like 1,000 desperate fingers tapping to be let in. That night, the sky was a bruise, swollen and blackened, and the roads glistened like they were made of obsidian. I hadn't planned to be out so late, but plans have a way of unraveling when you least expect it. I was driving back from a work meeting that had run longer than it should have, and the weather had taken a turn for the apocalyptic. The radio crackled intermittently, the storm's interference punctuating the static like ghostly whispers. I kept my focus on the winding road, the beams of my headlights slicing through the torrent, when I saw her. She was standing by the side of the road, a pale silhouette against the darkness, drenched and shivering. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, a shadow cast by the rain, a trick of the headlights. But as I drew closer, her form sharpened. A young woman, no older than her early 20s, wearing a dress that clung to her like a second skin, her hair plastered to her face. She looked fragile, like something that could be swept away by the storm at any moment. I hesitated. Picking up strangers wasn't something I'd ever done, but there was something about her that tugged at my conscience. She didn't flag me down, didn't even turn to acknowledge the car. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. Before I fully realized what I was doing, I slowed down and rolled down the passenger window. "Do you need a ride?" I called out, my voice barely audible over the hammering rain. She turned then, slowly, and her eyes met mine. They were dark, unfathomably so, and for a moment I felt like I was staring into an abyss. She nodded, her movements stiff, and walked to the passenger side. I unlocked the door, and she slid in without a word. The first thing I noticed was the smell, not unpleasant but earthy, like wet leaves and damp soil. She was soaked, water pooling on the seat beneath her. I handed her an old sweatshirt from the back seat, but she didn't take it. Instead, she pointed straight ahead, her finger trembling slightly. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to sound calm, though my heart was thudding in my chest. She didn't respond, just kept pointing. Her silence was unnerving, but I chalked it up to shock or fear. Maybe she'd been caught in the storm, abandoned, or worse. I didn't press her. We drove in silence, the car's interior filled with the sound of rain and the rhythmic swish of the windshield wipers. Occasionally I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She sat rigid, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, water dripping from her hair onto the seat. There was something off about her, not just her silence, but the way she seemed detached, like she wasn't entirely there. After what felt like an eternity, she lifted her hand and pointed again. We were approaching a turnoff, a narrow gravel path that led into the woods. My stomach tightened. "Here?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the path. I turned, the car's tires crunching over the gravel, and followed the road as it wound deeper into the trees. The headlights illuminated twisted branches and the occasional glint of water from puddles, but nothing else. Then, up ahead, I saw it. A cemetery. It came into view suddenly, the wrought iron gates looming like the entrance to some forgotten realm. I pulled to a stop just outside, the car's beams casting long, eerie shadows over the headstones. Turning to my passenger, I opened my mouth to speak, but the words caught in my throat. The seat was empty. I stared, uncomprehending, at the damp indentation where she'd been sitting. Water still pooled on the seat, and the faint scent of earth lingered in the air, but she was gone. My first thought was that she'd somehow slipped out of the car without me noticing, but that made no sense. The door hadn't opened, and I hadn't heard a sound. I looked out into the rain, half expecting to see her figure moving among the graves, but there was nothing. I sat there for a long moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my mind racing. Finally, I stepped out of the car, the rain immediately soaking through my jacket. I called out into the night, my voice trembling, but the only response was the wind and the patter of rain on stone. As I approached the gates, something caught my eye. A headstone near the entrance, its surface slick with rain, bore a name that sent a chill down my spine. It was hers. The name etched into the stone matched the monogram on the bracelet I'd glimpsed on her wrist when she'd climbed into the car. The date of death? 5 years ago to the day. I stumbled back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My rational mind struggled to make sense of it. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But the damp seat and the lingering scent told a different story. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The image of her pale face and those abyssal eyes haunted me, replaying over and over in my mind. In the days that followed, I scoured the local archives, piecing together her story. She'd been a local girl, loved and admired, until one stormy night when she'd gone missing. They'd found her body days later, washed up in a creek not far from the cemetery. Rumors of foul play had circulated, but nothing was ever proven. Her death had been ruled an accident, though the townsfolk whispered otherwise. Now, every time it rains, I can't help but look over at the passenger seat, half expecting to see her sitting there, pointing silently into the darkness. I've taken different routes, avoided that stretch of road entirely, but it doesn't matter, because deep down, I know she'll always find me. The morning commute. I've been trying to write this down for 3 days now. My hands still shake when I think about it, but I need to document what happened while the details are fresh. Maybe someone can make sense of it, because I sure can't. I keep checking news sites and local forums, but there's nothing. Just the usual traffic reports and weather updates. It started last Wednesday. Nothing special about that morning. Just another dreary February commute. I remember being annoyed because my travel mug was leaking slightly, leaving little brown rings on my center console. The heat was blasting to fight off the 28-degree chill, making that plasticky new car smell more noticeable than usual in my recently leased Civic. I always take the back roads to avoid I-95 traffic. There's this stretch of Route 27 that winds through the woods for about 4 miles before connecting to the industrial park where I work. Usually I zone out on autopilot there, just following the gentle curves while my mind wanders to the day ahead. But something felt off that morning, even before anything actually happened. The first thing I noticed was the radio. I always listen to NPR during my morning drive. Helps me feel somewhat informed about the world. But around 7:45 a.m., right as I was entering that wooded stretch, the signal started cutting out. Not unusual for that area, but this was different. Between bursts of static, I could swear I heard what sounded like backward speech. Not garbled nonsense, but actual words being played in reverse. I tried changing stations, but they were all doing it. I switched the radio off, deciding to drive in silence rather than deal with the unsettling noise. That's when I noticed how quiet everything was. No wind in the trees, No birds. Even my engine seemed muffled, like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the car. The morning fog was thicker than usual, too, clinging to the road in a way that made the yellow lines look like they were floating. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't completely unusual for that stretch, but the time display caught my eye. 7:47 a.m. I distinctly remember because I had just checked it 2 minutes earlier when the radio started acting up. Still 7:47 a.m. I watched for another 30 seconds or so. Still 7:47 a.m. The seconds weren't moving. My rational brain kicked in. Obviously, the phone's frozen. Force restart it later. But my skin was starting to prickle. That animal instinct that tells you something's wrong before your conscious mind can process why. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, wanting to get through the woods and back to civilization. That's when I saw the first one. At first I thought it was just a trick of the fog, a darker patch that seemed to be moving wrong. You know how fog usually drifts with the wind? This patch was moving perpendicular to the rest, like it was cutting through it. As I got closer, it resolved into what looked like a person walking alongside the road. Nothing inherently scary about that, except they were walking backwards, perfect fluid backward steps, like a video being rewound. And they were wearing what looked like business casual clothes, slacks, button-up shirt. But the fabric was wrong. It rippled and shifted like static on an old TV, black and white pixels constantly rearranging themselves. I gripped the steering wheel harder, my knuckles going white. Just someone exercising in weird athletic wear, I told myself. One of those recovery suits with the electronic muscle stimulation or whatever. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't right. As I passed them, they turned their head to track my car. That's when my heart nearly stopped. Where their face should have been, there was just more static. Not blank skin, not a mask, but a void of shifting black and white pixels, like a TV tuned to a dead channel. I looked straight ahead, pressing the accelerator harder. Don't acknowledge it. You're tired, you're imagining things, just get to work. But in my peripheral vision, I could see more dark shapes emerging from the fog. 3, then 7, then dozens, all walking backwards along both sides of the road, all wearing those business casual clothes that weren't quite clothes, all turning their static-filled faces to watch my car pass. The air in the car felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My ears popped like I was changing altitude, and the engine noise became even more distant. The forest beyond the figures was wrong too. The trees looked like cardboard cutouts, flat and artificial. When I blinked, they seemed to shift position slightly, like a glitching video game trying to render a scene. I reached for my phone to try recording what I was seeing, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it between the seats. When I glanced down for a split second to grab it, I heard a sound that I still can't properly describe, like a dial-up modem screaming through a meat grinder, but deeper, more organic. I looked up and immediately slammed on the brakes. One of them was standing in the middle of the road facing my car, not walking backwards like the others, just standing perfectly still. It was closer than any of the others had been, close enough to see details I wish I hadn't noticed. Its clothes weren't just shifting patterns, they were flowing upwards, like water running in reverse, and there were gaps in it, places where the static cleared for a fraction of a second, showing something underneath that my brain refuses to properly process. Something geometric but non-Euclidean, folding in on itself in ways that shouldn't be possible. I sat there, engine idling, hands frozen on the wheel, staring at this thing through my windshield. It cocked its head at an angle that went slightly too far, like a bird but wrong. The static of its face started forming patterns, almost like it was trying to mimic my features. That's when I noticed the temperature display on my dashboard, 77.7 degrees. The same numbers kept flickering over and over, even though I could see my breath fogging in the freezing air. The clock read 7:47 a.m. The odometer was stuck on 7,177.7 miles. That's when I did something either very brave or very stupid. I laid on the horn. The sound came out distorted, stretched and warped, like it was being played at quarter speed. But it had an effect. The figure in the road spasmed, its form glitching violently, and then it moved. Not stepped or walked, but moved, like a video file corrupting. One frame it was in the road, the next it was beside my car, hand pressed against my driver's side window. The static of its face pressed close to the glass, forming and reforming into almost recognizable patterns. Was it trying to communicate? Trying to get in? I didn't wait to find out. I slammed the accelerator and swerved around where it had been standing. My tires found purchase on the wet asphalt and I shot forward, engine finally roaring at its proper volume. In my rearview mirror, I could see all of them turning to watch me go. Their movements jerky and wrong, like stop-motion animation at too few frames per second. The fog began to thin. My phone suddenly chimed with a dozen delayed notifications. The radio burst back to life mid-sentence, some story about local council elections. The clock jumped to 8:15 a.m. The temperature reading settled back to a realistic 29 degrees. Everything was normal again. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, hands trembling so badly I could barely put the car in park. The morning commuters filling their tanks and buying coffee gave me odd looks. I must have seemed crazy, sitting there hyperventilating in my car. When I finally got my breathing under control, I checked my phone. The photos I tried to take were corrupted, just blocky digital artifacts and strange patterns. But I did find something else. In my podcast app's recently played history, there was an entry from 7:47 a.m. It's just 30 seconds of what sounds like white noise, but if you play it backwards and adjust the speed, it almost sounds like words. I uploaded it to my computer and ran it through some audio software, but I still can't make out what it's saying. I called out sick that day, drove home taking the interstate, even though it added 40 minutes to my journey. I've been taking that route ever since, even though it means leaving an hour earlier and sitting in traffic. Better than the alternative. But here's the thing that really keeps me up at night. I decided to do some research into that stretch of Route 27. Found some old forum posts and local news articles. Over the past decade, there have been an unusually high number of single-car accidents there, always between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. The police reports all read similarly. Driver lost control of vehicle. No obvious cause determined. Driver claimed mechanical malfunction, but no evidence found. And the victims? All commuters, all wearing business casual. I keep telling myself there must be a logical explanation. Bad cell reception and a frozen phone, fog playing tricks on my eyes, stress and an overactive imagination. But yesterday, I was reviewing some old work emails and I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Every email I've ever sent between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. is corrupted. The text is replaced with strings of sevens and static characters. The timestamps are all stuck at 7:47 a.m. I have to drive to my sister's wedding next week. It's a 6-hour trip and I've mapped 3 different routes. They all intersect with Route 27 at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do, but if you're reading this and you commute through wooded areas in the early morning, do yourself a favor. Check your clock when the fog rolls in, and if it ever gets stuck at 7:47 a.m., don't stop driving. Don't look at the shapes in the mist, and whatever you do, don't honk your horn. They might just honk back. The harvest at dusk. The twilight here never ends. That's what I keep telling myself as I watch the sun hover eternally at the horizon, bleeding pale amber light across the Scottish hills. It's been like this for days now, or maybe weeks. Time feels wrong in Craigmore. I came to this remote village to research ancient agricultural practices for my PhD thesis. A perfect opportunity, my advisor had called it, noting how the community still maintained centuries-old traditions. But she hadn't mentioned the light, or the silence, or the way the villagers watch me with those patient, knowing eyes. The train station is 15 miles away, down a single-track road that winds through the hills like a crack in the earth. My rental car sits in front of the bed and breakfast where I'm staying, its windows filmed with chalk-like dust, despite there being no construction or quarries nearby. I should leave. I know I should leave. But every time I think about it, Mrs. McDougall appears with another pot of tea or plate of fresh-baked bread, and somehow the day slips away in that eternal dusk. The Solstice Festival starts tomorrow, Mr. McLeod, she told me this morning, her thin fingers arranging oatcakes on a blue willow plate. You're fortunate to be here for it. We don't often have outsiders join us for the harvest. I tried to explain that I needed to head back to Edinburgh, but she just smiled, patted my hand, and said, "The old ways must be maintained, and names have power here, James McLeod. Blood calls to blood." The way she said my name made my skin crawl. I've been sitting in my room ever since, watching that frozen sun and trying to make sense of my notes. The pages are filled with interviews about wheat cultivation and harvest rituals, but the words seem to swim and rearrange themselves when I look at them too long. Fragments catch my eye. The grain must be fed. When the light holds still, the chalk circle contains what rises from bone. A knock at my door makes me jump, sending papers scattering across the floor. "Come in," I call out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the heavy air. It's Annie, Mrs. McDougall's granddaughter. She's about my age, with long dark hair and eyes that remind me of deep wells. "Grandfather wants to speak with you," she says softly, "about the old methods you're studying. I've been trying to interview old Ian McDougall since I arrived, but he's always been unavailable." My heart races at the opportunity, even as something in Annie's expression makes me want to lock my door and hide under the bed. "Of course," I hear myself say. "Lead the way." The hallway seems longer than I remember, its faded wallpaper swimming with patterns that don't quite resolve into recognizable shapes. Annie's feet make no sound on the creaking floorboards. The air grows cooler as we descend the stairs, and I catch a whiff of something ancient and earthen, like freshly turned soil mixed with copper and chalk. Old Ian is waiting in the parlor, seated in a high-backed chair that might once have been red, but has faded to the color of dried blood. The eternal twilight filtering through the windows casts strange shadows across his weathered face. His eyes are the same as Annie's, bottomless, patient, hungry. "Sit, James McLeod," he says, gesturing to the chair across from him. His voice sounds like dry wheat stalks rustling in the wind. "Tell me what you know of the old ways." I take out my notebook with trembling fingers and begin to explain my research into traditional Scottish farming practices. He listens silently, head tilted slightly, until I mention the unusual alignment of prehistoric stone circles with known planting sites. "Ah," he breathes, leaning forward, Now you're asking the right questions. The stones remember, you see. They remember what the earth requires, what the harvest demands. A chill runs down my spine despite the summer evening. Demands. Growth requires sacrifice, Mr. McLeod. Surely your research has taught you that much. The old farmers understood. Every harvest is a transaction. The land must be fed if it's to feed us in return. My mouth feels dry. Fed with fertilizer, you mean? Natural compounds? He smiles, showing teeth that seem too sharp in the dim light. Natural, yes, but older than any chemical, deeper than bone. He gestures to Annie, who has been standing silently by the door. Show him the old granary. I want to refuse. Every instinct is screaming at me to run, but my legs betray me, rising of their own accord. Annie's cool fingers wrap around my wrist, and I follow her out into the endless twilight. The village is silent as we walk down the dirt road. No birds sing, no insects chirp. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. Houses huddle close together, their windows dark despite the hour, or perhaps because of it. How do you mark time when the sun refuses to set? The granary stands at the edge of town, a massive stone structure that looks far older than the surrounding buildings. Its walls are covered in carved symbols that make my eyes hurt if I look at them too long. Annie produces an iron key that seems to drink in what little light remains. "The old ways endure," she whispers as the lock clicks open. "Blood calls to blood, James McLeod, and names have power here." The door swings inward with a sound like a dying breath. The smell hits me first, earth and age and something metallic that makes my stomach turn. Annie pulls me forward into the darkness. My shoes scrape against something that feels like scattered grains but crunches wrong under my feet. "Look," Annie commands, producing a lamp that fills the space with sickly yellow light. "Look and understand." I look. God help me, I look. The walls are lined with ancient farming tools, scythes and sickles whose edges gleam too brightly for their apparent age. Between them hang bundles of wheat, bound with what I first take to be twine, but quickly realize is human hair in varying shades of gray and brown and red. The floor is covered in a mixture of grain and what I now recognize as fragments of bone, worn smooth by countless feet over countless years. But it's the back wall that draws my horrified gaze. A massive circular design is carved into the stone, its grooves filled with chalk that seems to pulse with its own inner light. At its center is a deeper hollow, stained with layers of brown-black that can only be centuries of dried blood. "The harvest must be fed," Annie whispers, her voice taking on the same dry wheat quality as her grandfather's. "The old stones remember. The earth demands, and blood calls to blood." I try to pull away, but her grip has become impossibly strong. More figures appear in the doorway. Mrs. McDougall, old Ian, other villagers I recognize from my interviews. Their eyes reflect the lamplight like deep wells in the twilight. "Your ancestor understood," old Ian says, stepping forward. "James McLeod the Elder knew what the land required. His sacrifice kept the wheat growing through 7 years of famine. And now, when the harvests grow thin again, another McLeod returns to us." He smiles, showing those 2 sharp teeth. "Names have power here. Blood calls to blood, and the old ways must be maintained." They surge forward as one, their hands like iron bands around my arms and legs. I try to scream, but Annie presses a handful of wheat against my mouth, the grains mixing with the taste of chalk and copper. As they drag me toward the circular carving, I realize with horrible clarity why the twilight never ends in Craighmore. The sun can't bear to watch what happens in the dark. They found my rental car 2 weeks later, covered in that same chalk-like dust. My thesis advisor reported me missing after I failed to check in, but the police investigation turned up nothing. The villagers of Craighmore were helpful and concerned, saying I had stayed only one night before leaving early in the morning. They even produced a note in my handwriting, explaining that I was following a new research lead. No one thought to check the old granary. No one noticed that the wheat grew taller and thicker that year than any in living memory. And if anyone wondered about the endless twilight that hangs over the village like a shroud, they didn't wonder long. The old ways endure. The harvest must be fed. And in Craighmore, where the sun never quite sets, blood still calls to blood. The mirror game. I keep telling myself that writing this down will help, that somehow putting the experience into words will make it feel more contained, more manageable. My therapist suggested journaling, though I don't think this is what she had in mind. But I need to document what happened before the details start to fade, or worse, before I start doubting my own memory. It started 3 weeks ago, on a Tuesday. I remember it was Tuesday because I'd just picked up my daughter Emma's art supplies from Michael's. She had a school project due Thursday, and of course, she'd waited until the last minute to tell me she needed specific materials. I remember standing in the checkout line, juggling an armful of colored construction paper, glue sticks, and a fresh pack of Crayola crayons, while trying to respond to work emails on my phone. The woman behind me in line had been oddly insistent about letting me go ahead of her, even though she only had one item, a small round mirror in an ornate brass frame. "You look like you're in a hurry," she'd said, but something about her smile hadn't quite reached her eyes. I thanked her, and didn't think much of it at the time. I wish I had. That night, after Emma had finally gone to bed, leaving a rainbow of crayon shavings scattered across the dining room table, I was doing my usual lock-up routine. Front door, checked and chained. Back door, locked and deadbolted. Windows, all secured. I developed this habit after my divorce 2 years ago. Something about being the only adult in the house made me hyper-aware of home security. I was heading upstairs when I heard it. Footsteps, not the usual house-settling creaks or the neighbor's cat prowling across our deck, but distinct footsteps, like someone wearing hard-soled shoes walking across hardwood floors. The thing is, we have carpet upstairs. I froze mid-step, one hand gripping the banister. The sound had come from Emma's room. "Emma?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you up, sweetie?" No response, but the footsteps stopped. I took a deep breath, reminding myself that kids often get up for water or bathroom trips, but something felt wrong. The air had grown noticeably colder, and there was a strange metallic taste in my mouth, like holding a penny under my tongue. I climbed the remaining stairs as quietly as possible, my sock-covered feet silent against the carpet. Emma's door was closed, though I distinctly remembered leaving it cracked open when I tucked her in. My hand trembled slightly as I reached for the doorknob. "Emma?" I whispered again, easing the door open. The hinges gave a small, betraying squeak. Her nightlight cast a soft blue glow across the room. Emma was in bed, seemingly sound asleep, her dark hair spread across the pillow. Everything looked normal, except the new pack of crayons I'd bought earlier was on her dresser, opened, with several crayons scattered across the surface. I distinctly remembered leaving them downstairs. More concerning was that they were arranged in a peculiar pattern, forming what looked like a crude circle with strange marks around it. My first thought was that Emma must have snuck up to continue working on her project, but as I moved closer to clean up the mess, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The crayons were still perfectly sharp, unused, and in the center of their circle was a small mirror. Not Emma's pink plastic play mirror, but an antique-looking one with a brass frame. It was identical to the one the woman at Michael's had been holding. I must have made some sound because Emma stirred in her sleep. "Mommy," she mumbled, "why are you playing the mirror game?" "What mirror game, sweetie?" I managed to ask, my throat suddenly dry. "The one the lady taught me," she said drowsily. "You have to arrange the colors just right and look in the mirror at midnight, but only if you want to see what's following you." My heart started hammering against my ribs. "What lady, Emma?" But she had already drifted back to sleep. I wanted to wake her up, to demand more answers, but I also didn't want to frighten her. Instead, I quickly gathered up the crayons and grabbed the mirror, trying not to look at its reflective surface. As I turned to leave the room, movement caught my eye, a shadow passing across the wall, cast by nothing I could see. I hurried out, pulling Emma's door firmly shut behind me. In the hallway, I examined the mirror more closely. It was definitely the same one from the store, down to the intricate leaf pattern carved into its frame. But I hadn't bought it. I hadn't even touched it. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The rational part of my brain tried to form explanations. Emma must have somehow gotten it from somewhere. Maybe it was an old one we'd had lying around that just looked similar. Maybe... The sound of footsteps interrupted my thoughts. This time, they were behind me. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. The temperature had dropped even further. I could see my breath forming small clouds in the air. The footsteps continued, slower now, deliberate. They seemed to be circling me. Without thinking, I glanced down at the mirror in my hands. What I saw in its reflection will haunt me for the rest of my life. I wasn't alone in the hallway. In the mirror, I could see a figure standing directly behind me. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly touching the ceiling. Its proportions were all wrong, limbs too long, joints bent at unnatural angles. But what truly terrified me was its face, or rather, the lack of one. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth, blank surface, like untouched clay. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. In the mirror, I watched as the figure slowly raised one elongated hand and placed a finger against where its lips should have been, in a shushing gesture. The mirror slipped from my numb fingers. I lunged to catch it, some instinct telling me that breaking it would be catastrophically bad. But before it could hit the floor, the mirror disappeared, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. The temperature returned to normal so quickly my ears popped. I stood there for several long minutes, heart racing, trying to process what had just happened. Finally, I forced myself to move, to check on Emma. She was still sleeping peacefully, her room completely normal, no sign of crayons or mirrors or anything out of place. I didn't sleep that night, or much since then, if I'm being honest. I've gone over security camera footage from our Ring doorbell and indoor cameras. There's no sign of anyone entering our house, no strange woman, no impossible figure. The Michael's receipt shows only the art supplies I remember buying. Emma has no memory of any mirror game or mysterious lady, and the crayons are still in their box downstairs, untouched. But things have changed. Small things at first, items slightly out of place, cold spots in the house, the occasional sound of distant footsteps. Then bigger things. Every mirror in our house has had to be covered or removed because sometimes, just sometimes, the reflections don't quite match reality. They show things moving in empty rooms, shadows where there shouldn't be shadows, and occasionally in the corner of the frame, something tall and wrongly proportioned. Emma's been having nightmares, though she can't remember them when she wakes. She started drawing disturbing pictures at school, always featuring a tall, thin figure standing in the background. Her teacher called me in for a conference yesterday, concerned about the dark themes in Emma's artwork. I didn't know how to explain that my 7-year-old's artwork was the least of my worries. I've tried researching similar incidents online. Most of what I've found is obviously fake, creepypasta stories and urban legends. But buried in a local Facebook group, I found a post from 3 months ago. A man describing a strange encounter at Michael's with a woman selling antique mirrors. His 6-year-old son had disappeared a week later. The post was deleted within hours of me finding it, and when I tried to message the author, the account no longer existed. I called the Michael's store yesterday asking about the woman I'd seen. The manager sounded uncomfortable and said they had no employees matching my description. When I pressed further mentioning the mirror, she got very quiet and said, "We don't sell that kind of merchandise here." She hung up before I could ask what she meant. Last night I heard Emma talking in her sleep again. "It's okay," she was saying to someone, or something. "Mommy will learn to play the game properly soon. The lady said everyone does, eventually." I'm writing this all down now because I need there to be a record. Because this morning, when I was making Emma's lunch, I found a crayon drawing on the kitchen counter that I know wasn't there last night. It shows 2 figures, one small, one impossibly tall, standing in front of what looks like our house. They're both holding small, round mirrors, and in the bottom corner in Emma's careful handwriting, it says, 12, tonight, don't be late, Mommy. It's 11:47 p.m. now. Emma's asleep upstairs. I can hear footsteps moving around her room again, but I'm done pretending they're just house noises. On my dresser, there's a small, brass-framed mirror that I know I didn't put there. My phone's almost dead, and none of my chargers seem to be working. The temperature's starting to drop. 11:52 p.m. If something happens to me, please make sure Emma is taken care of. And whatever you do, if you're ever at Michael's and a woman offers to let you go ahead of her in line, don't accept. Don't look at what she's holding. Don't let her talk to your children. 11:57 p.m. The footsteps are getting closer. The mirror is calling to me. I don't want to look, but I'm not sure I have a choice anymore. Emma needs me to play the game properly. 12 a.m. It's time. If anyone finds this, I'm sore. The document ends here. A follow-up note has been added in different handwriting. The above account was found on a laptop in the home of Sarah and Emma Mitchell, who were reported missing on October 12, 2024. Despite extensive searches, no trace of either mother or daughter has been found. The only potential evidence was a collection of crayons arranged in a circle on Sarah's bedroom floor and a small antique mirror that investigating officers noted in their initial report, but which was not present when crime scene photographers arrived. The case remains open. If anyone has information about Sarah and Emma Mitchell's whereabouts, or about similar incidents involving mirrors and art supply stores, please contact the Springfield Police Department, reference case number SP 2024-10-12-7731. Do not attempt to investigate independently. Do not attempt to recreate the mirror game. Do not accept offers from strangers in checkout lines. And if you hear footsteps in your house tonight, don't look in any mirrors. Just don't. The dashboard recording. The first thing you should know is that I don't believe in ghosts. Never have. 15 years working IT forensics for the Portland PD taught me that there's always a rational explanation. Always. Until the Martinez case. It started with a corrupted file from Officer James Martinez's dashboard camera. Just another night shift recording that needed cleaning up. Standard procedure. Martinez was a rookie, fresh out of the academy, working the graveyard patrol shift in the industrial district. The recording showed 3 hours of static, which wasn't unusual for the older equipment we were still using. What was unusual was Martinez himself. He came to my office on a Tuesday morning, hands trembling as he handed me the USB drive. "Something's wrong with the audio," he said. His face was pale, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he hadn't slept in days. "I need you to listen to it. Please." I've known plenty of cops in my time. The good ones, the bad ones, the ones who've seen too much. Martinez was different. There was raw fear in his eyes, the kind I'd only seen in victims of violent crimes, not the kind of look you'd expect from equipment malfunction. "Take a seat," I told him, gesturing to the spare chair in my cramped office. The walls were lined with servers, their fans providing a constant white noise that usually helped me focus. That day, it felt oppressive. Martinez sat rigid, his uniform crisp, but his posture betraying exhaustion. "I was alone that night," he said quietly, "the whole shift. But when I reviewed the footage..." He trailed off, running a hand through his short black hair. I plugged in the drive and pulled up our audio cleaning software. "Walk me through what happened." It was a quiet night, nothing but empty streets and warehouse lots. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't even call in except for standard check-ins. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "But there's a conversation on that tape, a conversation that never happened." I started the initial scan, watching the waveforms dance across my screen. Could be radio interference. We get that sometimes with the older units. Martinez shook his head. "Just listen." The first pass through the noise reduction revealed nothing but static and the usual ambient sounds of a patrol car, engine hum, occasional turn signals, the soft squeak of the seat as Martinez shifted his weight. Standard stuff. But there was something else, buried deeper in the noise floor. A pattern that shouldn't have been there. I ran it through a second filter, then a third, isolating frequencies that might contain voice data. That's when I heard it. A conversation, clear as day, floating up through the static like a body rising from the depths. "Beautiful night," said a voice I didn't recognize. Female, middle-aged maybe, with an accent I couldn't quite place. "Jesus," Martinez's voice, startled. "Where did you come from?" "I've been here all along, Officer Martinez, just waiting for the right moment." The timestamp showed 2:47 a.m. The GPS log confirmed Martinez had been parked at the corner of Industrial Way and River Street, monitoring a warehouse lot known for drug activity. "Ma'am, I'm going to need you to identify yourself." Martinez's voice was professional but tense. "Names aren't important. What's important is what happens next. 3 months from now, to be precise." I glanced at Martinez. He was staring at the floor, hands clenched into fists. "I'm going to have to ask you to step out of the vehicle." "No need for that, James." "May I call you James? We have so much to discuss and so little time. Tell me, do you know the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd? How do you know my name?" "I know many things. I know that 3 months from today at 9:17 p.m. you'll be responding to a domestic disturbance call. It will be raining, the first real storm of autumn. You'll be driving north on Palmer, lights and sirens. The family minivan will run the red light at 43rd. You'll swerve to avoid it." The recording continued, describing in precise detail how Martinez's patrol car would hydroplane, spin 1.5 times, and impact a concrete barrier at 47 miles per hour. The stranger's voice remained calm, almost gentle, as she explained how the impact would crush the driver's side door, how the airbag would deploy a fraction of a second too late, how Martinez would remain conscious for exactly 4 minutes and 12 seconds before bleeding out from internal injuries. "Stop," Martinez's recorded voice cracked. "Just stop. You'll think about your mother in those final moments, about the phone call she'll receive at 10:06 p.m., about how she'll collapse in her kitchen, dropping the glass of water she just poured. It will shatter on the tile floor she just installed last spring. One shard will leave a scratch that she'll notice every morning, a daily reminder of the moment she lost her only son. Get out of my car. Now." "That's not how this works, James. I'm not really here, you see. Not in any way you can touch or remove. I'm just a messenger, a courtesy call, you might say." The recording continued for another 23 minutes. The voice described the funeral arrangements, the weather that day, the exact number of people who would attend. She named cousins Martinez hadn't seen in years, detailed the color of his mother's dress, even quoted verbatim from the eulogy his captain would deliver. When the voice finally fell silent, the only sound was Martinez's ragged breathing and the soft patter of rain on the patrol car's roof. "Why?" he finally asked. "Why tell me this?" "Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part." The recording ended there, dissolving back into static. I sat back in my chair, the implications hitting me like a physical weight. "When was this recorded?" 3 weeks ago, Martinez whispered. "I've requested transfer to desk duty, changed my shifts, even called in sick a few times, but I can't stop thinking about it. I ran every analysis I could think of: voice pattern recognition, frequency analysis, digital artifact detection. The recording was clean, no signs of tampering or manipulation. The conversation was as real as any I'd ever examined." "Have you told anyone else about this?" Martinez shook his head. "Who would believe me? A rookie cop having a conversation with a ghost about his own death? I'd be pulled off duty for psych evaluation." He had a point. I'd worked hundreds of cases, cleaned up thousands of hours of recordings. This was different. This was impossible. "Look," I said, choosing my words carefully, "maybe we should talk to someone. There are experts in unusual phenomena, people who study this kind of thing." "You mean paranormal researchers?" He laughed bitterly. "I didn't believe in any of that before this. Still don't want to. But what other explanation is there?" I didn't have an answer for him. Instead, I made him a copy of the cleaned-up audio and promised to keep digging. Maybe there was something we'd missed, some rational explanation that would make sense of it all. For the next 2 months, I became obsessed with the case. I researched similar incidents, consulted with audio experts, even reached out to a professor of parapsychology under the guise of a theoretical question. Nothing helped make sense of what we'd heard. Martinez stopped by my office regularly, looking more haggard each time. He'd moved in with his mother, changed his routine, done everything he could think of to avoid the fate described in the recording. But the weight of knowledge was crushing him. "I see that intersection every time I close my eyes," he told me during one visit. "I dream about the crash, about my mother finding that scratch on her floor. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy." "Maybe you should leave town," I suggested. "Take an extended vacation. Get away from all this." He shook his head. "Running won't help. Whatever this is, it found me once. Who's to say it won't find me somewhere else?" The days crept by. I threw myself into work, taking on extra cases to distract from the growing sense of dread. Martinez's visits became less frequent as he withdrew into himself. The few times I saw him in the hallway, he looked like a man walking to his execution. Then came the storm. The first real autumn storm, just as the voice had predicted. I was working late, cleaning up audio from a robbery investigation, when the rain started, a heavy, persistent downpour that drummed against my office window. My phone rang at 9:22 p.m. It was dispatch. Officer James Martinez had been involved in a single-vehicle accident at the intersection of Palmer Road and 43rd Street while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Emergency services were on scene. No other vehicles were involved. I sat in my dark office listening to the rain for a long time after that call. Eventually, I pulled up the original recording and played it again, though I knew every word by heart. "Because knowledge is a gift, James. What you do with it, well, that's the interesting part." The official investigation ruled it an accident caused by poor visibility and wet road conditions. The family minivan mentioned in the recording was found to be a coincidence. It had run the red light moments before Martinez's arrival, leaving only tire tracks in the rain-slicked intersection as evidence of its presence. Everything happened exactly as described. The time of death, the mother's dropped glass, the scratch on her kitchen floor. Even the funeral matched the recording detail for detail, down to the color of the flowers and the exact words of the captain's eulogy. I attended that funeral, standing at the back of the crowded church, watching Martinez's mother trace her fingers over the silver crucifix she wore, just as the voice had said she would. The rain fell softly outside, a gentle whisper against the stained glass windows, and I couldn't help but wonder about the nature of fate and free will. The USB drive with the original recording disappeared from evidence storage a week later. The backup copy I'd made became corrupted, filling my computer screen with static when I tried to play it. Soon, all that remained were my notes and the memory of that impossible conversation. I still work IT forensics for the department, still clean up dashboard camera recordings and security footage. But something changed after the Martinez case. Now, whenever I pull up a new file, I find myself listening not just for evidence of crimes, but for other voices hiding in the static. Voices that speak of things that haven't happened yet, but will. Because here's the thing about knowledge. Once you have it, you can't unknow it. And sometimes, late at night when the rain is falling and the servers hum their endless white noise symphony, I swear I can hear a voice, gentle, feminine, with an accent I still can't quite place, waiting to tell me what happens next. But I never clean up those recordings. Some knowledge is better left buried in the static. The last shift. It was supposed to be a routine Friday night shift. I'd been watching the Morrison kids, Emma, 8, and Tyler, 6, every other weekend for the past year, while their parents enjoyed their date nights. The pay was good, the kids were sweet, and their modern smart home in the suburbs made my job easier. Everything was monitored: temperature, security, even a state-of-the-art baby monitoring system that covered every room. Mr. Morrison worked in tech and spared no expense when it came to his family's safety. That particular Friday started like any other. I arrived at 6 p.m. just as Sarah and James Morrison were putting on their coats. Sarah wore an elegant black dress that made her look younger than her 35 years, while James had opted for a charcoal suit that probably cost more than my semester's textbooks. "Thanks for coming on such short notice, Claire," Sarah said, handing me a sheet of paper with their contact information, the same one she'd given me countless times before. "We really needed this night out. Things have been tense lately." I noticed the slight tremor in her voice, the way James avoided eye contact. Something felt off, but it wasn't my place to pry. Besides, all couples have their rough patches, right? "The kids had an early dinner," James added, checking his watch for the third time in as many minutes. "They can have a small snack before bed if they're hungry, but nothing too heavy. Bedtime is 8:30, I know," I finished with a smile. "We've got our routine down pat. You guys enjoy your evening." Sarah hesitated at the door, her hand clutching her purse a little too tightly. "Claire, if anything seems strange tonight, anything at all, call us immediately. Don't wait until morning." Before I could ask what she meant, James had practically pulled her out the door. I heard their Tesla's electric hum fade into the distance as I locked up, puzzled by Sarah's unusual behavior. But I had bigger concerns, namely, 2 energetic kids who'd already spotted me and were charging down the stairs. Claire, can we play zombie apocalypse?" Tyler bounced around me like a caffeinated puppy, his mop of brown hair flying in all directions. "No way. We played that last time," Emma protested, her long blonde hair neatly braided. Sarah's handiwork, no doubt. "I want to play School of Magic." I managed to negotiate a compromise. We'd play both games for 30 minutes each, then wind down with some coloring before their evening snack and bedtime routine. The hours flew by as we transformed the living room into first a zombie-proof fortress, then a prestigious academy of witchcraft, using only throw pillows and blankets, of course. By 8 p.m., both kids were sitting at the kitchen island munching on apple slices and peanut butter while I cleaned up our earlier chaos. Everything felt normal, peaceful even. That should have been my first warning. In my experience, when things feel too peaceful with kids, something's usually about to go wrong. "Claire?" Emma's voice carried from the kitchen, suddenly serious. "Do you believe in ghosts?" I walked back to the kitchen, gathering their empty plates. "Not really. Why do you ask?" Emma exchanged a look with Tyler, the kind of meaningful glance siblings share when they're keeping a secret. "No reason," she said, but her voice had that sing-song quality kids get when they're lying. "They're real," Tyler declared matter-of-factly, licking peanut butter off his fingers. "We see them all the time." "Tyler," Emma hissed, kicking him under the counter. "Ow, but it's true. They're here right now." I felt a chill run down my spine despite myself. The kitchen suddenly felt colder, though I knew it was just my imagination. The smart thermostat showed a steady 72 degrees. "Okay, spooky story time is over," I announced, trying to keep my voice light. "Time to head upstairs and get ready for bed." The bedtime routine went smoothly enough, though both kids seemed more subdued than usual. Emma kept glancing at the corners of her room while I helped her into her pajamas, and Tyler insisted on keeping his dinosaur nightlight on extra bright. By 8:30, they were both tucked into their respective beds in their adjacent rooms, doors left slightly ajar as per their preference. I settled onto the living room couch with my psychology textbook, enjoying the quiet. The Morrisons weren't expected back until midnight, giving me plenty of time to study for next week's exam. The house's smart system kept everything at a perfect temperature, and the subtle blue glow from various devices created a cozy atmosphere. That's when I heard it. children's voices through the baby monitor. "Do you think she knows yet?" Emma's voice clear as day. "Probably not," Tyler replied. "Grown-ups never notice until it's too late." My blood ran cold. I checked the time. 9:15 p.m. They should have been asleep by now. I marked my place in the textbook and headed upstairs to remind them about bedtime rules. The hallway was darker than I remembered, despite the motion-activated nightlights. Each step felt heavier than the last as I approached the kids' rooms. The voices continued through the monitor I'd carried up with me. "Should we tell her she's been dead for 3 hours?" "Shh! She's coming!" I pushed open Emma's door first, heart pounding. She was sound asleep, blonde hair spread across her pillow, chest rising and falling steadily. Confused, I checked Tyler's room next. He too was deeply asleep, clutching his favorite T-Rex plushie. Back in the hallway, I stared at the baby monitor in my hand. It had to be picking up interference from somewhere, maybe a neighbor's monitor or... "Behind you," Emma's voice whispered through the device. But Emma was still asleep. I could see her through the doorway. I spun around. The hallway was empty. "She still doesn't understand," Tyler's voice crackled through the monitor. "Show her! Show her! Show her!" The temperature dropped dramatically. My breath came out in visible puffs despite the thermostat reading normal. The smart lights began to flicker, which should have been impossible with their backup power system. I ran downstairs, nearly tripping over my own feet. I needed to call the Morrisons, just like Sarah had said. Something was very, very wrong. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table, but it was dead, completely drained despite having been at 85% just minutes ago. The house phone. I needed to find the house phone. "It won't work," Emma's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "Nothing works after you're dead." "Stop it," I shouted into the empty house. "This isn't funny." "We're not trying to be funny," Tyler's voice replied, closer now. "We're trying to help you understand." The smart home display on the wall suddenly flickered to life. Security camera footage began playing, but not from tonight. I recognized myself arriving earlier, but something was different. In the footage, as I walked up to the front door, a dark figure followed close behind me. Something tall and wrong, with too many angles, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. "What is this?" I whispered, unable to look away. "Watch," both children said in unison. The footage continued. I saw myself letting the kids chase me around the living room, but now I could see other things moving in the background, dark shapes sliding along the walls, reaching, grasping. In one frame, something looked directly at the camera, and I felt my sanity begin to slip. It had too many eyes, all blinking at different times, all focused on me. "It followed you home last week," Emma's voice explained. "It chose you then. Tonight was just collection time." "I'm not dead," I screamed, but even as the words left my mouth, I noticed something odd about my hands. They looked wrong, like they weren't quite solid anymore. "Check the mirror," Tyler suggested softly. I stumbled to the downstairs bathroom, flicking on the light with trembling fingers. The mirror showed nothing, not a blur, not a shadow, nothing at all where I should have been standing. "It's okay," Emma said, and suddenly she was there beside me, but not the sleeping Emma upstairs. This Emma was different, more translucent, more knowing. The first few hours are the hardest. That's why we stayed, to help others like you. "Others," I managed to whisper. Tyler appeared on my other side, equally translucent. So many others. This house, it attracts them, the dark ones. They follow people home, people like you who can't see them, not until it's too late. Your parents, I said, suddenly understanding Sarah's strange behavior, her warning. They know? Emma nodded. They bought the house cheap 3 years ago, after the previous owners all died in their sleep. Mom and Dad figured it out pretty quick, but they can't leave. None of us can. We're all connected now. The real us are upstairs sleeping, Tyler added. These are just our ghost forms. We can switch back and forth. But you don't have a body to go back to anymore. I wanted to deny it, to run screaming into the night, but deep down, I knew they were telling the truth. It explained everything. The cold spots, the drained phone, my missing reflection. What happens now? Now you have a choice, Emma said, taking my hand. Her touch felt like a cool breeze. You can stay here with us, help warn others when we can, or you can move on to whatever's next. But if you stay, you should know. They're always hunting, always looking for more. As if on cue, I saw movement in the mirror. A writhing mass of darkness, eyes and teeth and things I couldn't comprehend. I understood then what had really happened to me, why I couldn't remember anything between arriving at the house and starting to hear the voices. Time to choose, Claire, Tyler said quietly. They're getting hungry again. I looked at my transparent hands, at the children's sympathetic faces, at the growing darkness in the mirror. In the distance, I heard a car pulling into the driveway, the Morrisons returning home. They'd find my body slumped on their couch, another mysterious death to add to the house's history, another police investigation that would go nowhere, because how do you explain the unexplainable? I made my choice. That was 3 years ago. The Morrisons still live here, and I've helped Emma and Tyler warn dozens of others since then. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we don't. Tonight there's a new babysitter coming, young, confident, skeptical of the supernatural, just like I was. As I watch her walk up the driveway, I notice the familiar dark shape following close behind her, its many eyes blinking in anticipation. Emma and Tyler's ghost forms appear beside me, ready to begin our usual routine. We have 3 hours until she joins us. 3 hours to try to make her understand. I just hope this time she listens. But even as I think this, I know she won't. They never do, not until it's too late. That's the thing about death. You never see it coming, even when dead children try to warn you through a baby monitor. And the truly terrifying part? This isn't just happening in our house. Look behind you, right now. Those shadows you see in the corner of your eye, they're not shadows at all. And if you're reading this, they've already chosen you. You have 3 hours. Good luck. Sarah Morrison closed the leather-bound journal and placed it back on the dusty shelf. 3 years of meticulous documentation, of trying to understand what lived in her house, what hunted in her house. She glanced at the security camera feed showing the new babysitter walking up the driveway. Should we warn her? James asked, adjusting his tie. Sarah shook her head, touching the silver pendant around her neck, the one that kept them safe, kept them alive, kept them human. You know the rules, dear. They need to feed. Better a stranger than... She left the thought unfinished, but they both knew. Better a stranger than their children. That was the deal they'd made. The price of survival. In the security footage, the new babysitter rang the doorbell, unaware of the writhing darkness behind her, unaware of the 3 ghostly figures watching from the window. 2 children and a young woman, all wearing expressions of resigned sadness. Just another Friday night at the Morrison house. Just another 3 hours until collection time. The crying baby in the forest. It's strange, the things you remember. The texture of a particular moment, the smell of the air, the sound of something distant. For me, it's always been the sound, that faint, distant sound of a baby crying. I'd just come out of a particularly rough patch. My marriage had dissolved into shards of bitterness and regret. My career had plateaued, and I was haunted by a sense of failure I couldn't quite shake. So, when my friend Matt suggested a weekend hike to clear my head, I reluctantly agreed. The forest was supposed to be restorative, a retreat from the noise of life. Little did I know, it would mark the beginning of the most harrowing chapter of my existence. We picked a relatively isolated trail, one of those routes known only to locals and adventurous souls. Matt had found it on some obscure forum, and the promise of solitude appealed to me. The trail wound through dense woods, and the further we walked, the more the modern world seemed to fade. Cell service disappeared within the first hour, replaced by the hum of nature, chirping crickets, rustling leaves, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. We set up camp by a small clearing as twilight descended. The air was crisp, carrying the faint smell of pine and damp earth. We built a fire, cooked a simple meal, and talked. Well, Matt talked. I mostly nodded, my mind drifting between his words and the mesmerizing dance of the flames. That's when we first heard it. It was faint at first, barely audible over the crackle of the fire. A soft, plaintive cry that seemed to hang in the air like a fragile thread. Matt froze mid-sentence, his eyes narrowing as he tilted his head to listen. "Did you hear that?" he asked. I nodded. "Sounds like a baby." He laughed uneasily. "Out here? No way." But the sound persisted, growing louder and more distinct. It was unmistakably the cry of an infant, filled with a desperate urgency that sent chills down my spine. Against every instinct screaming at me to stay put, I stood up. "We should check it out," I said. Matt hesitated, his usual bravado tempered by unease. "You sure? Could be, I don't know, a wild animal or something." "Since when do wild animals sound like babies?" I shot back. "What if someone's in trouble?" Reluctantly, he agreed, and we grabbed our flashlights before venturing into the dark woods. The crying seemed to guide us, growing louder as we moved deeper into the forest. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches casting eerie shadows that danced in the beam of our lights. My heart pounded in my chest, a primal mix of fear and determination driving me forward. But something was off. No matter how far we walked, the sound always seemed just out of reach. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep the source hidden. And then, without warning, the crying stopped. We stood there in the oppressive silence, the only sound our own ragged breathing. Matt's flashlight flickered, casting brief bursts of light that only deepened the shadows around us. "Let's head back," he said, his voice trembling. Before I could respond, the silence was shattered by laughter. It started soft, almost playful, but quickly escalated into a cacophony that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. High-pitched and maniacal, it echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks in a maddening symphony. "What the hell is that?" Matt shouted. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat felt like it had closed up, my body frozen in place. And then, just as abruptly as it started, the laughter stopped. The forest was silent once more. but it was a silence that felt wrong, heavy, oppressive, and charged with an energy I couldn't explain. We turned back toward camp, our pace quickening with each step. The trail seemed longer than I remembered, the trees pressing in closer, their branches clawing at us like skeletal hands. When we finally stumbled into the clearing, the fire was out. The camp, our sanctuary, felt alien, as if we'd been gone for far longer than we'd realized. We didn't speak as we crawled into our tents, each of us retreating into the fragile illusion of safety they provided. But sleep didn't come. Not for me, anyway. I lay there staring at the nylon ceiling of my tent, every creak and rustle outside amplified in the suffocating darkness. And then, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard it again. The baby's cry. It was closer this time, impossibly close, as if it were right outside the tent. My blood ran cold as I listened, every instinct screaming at me to stay inside. But then I heard Matt unzip his tent. "Matt, don't!" I hissed. He didn't respond. I heard his footsteps crunch on the forest floor, moving toward the sound. Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I unzipped my own tent and stepped outside. The night was unnaturally still, the air thick with an unspoken threat. Matt's flashlight beam bobbed in the distance as he moved deeper into the woods. "Matt!" I called, my voice trembling. "Come back!" But he didn't stop. He didn't even turn around. It was as if he were in a trance, drawn toward the crying like a moth to a flame. And then, just as he disappeared from view, the crying stopped again. What followed was the most excruciating silence I've ever endured. Minutes felt like hours as I stood there, my flashlight beam cutting through the dark, searching for any sign of him. And then, the laughter returned. It was deafening, a chaotic symphony of voices that seemed to mock me, to taunt me for my helplessness. I dropped my flashlight in panic, the beam spinning wildly as it hit the ground. In its erratic light, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. Eyes, dozens of them, glowing in the darkness, staring at me from the shadows. They were unblinking, inhuman, and filled with a malice I can't begin to describe. And then, just as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished. I don't remember running back to my tent, but I must have. The next thing I knew, I was huddled inside, clutching my knees to my chest as the laughter faded into the night. When dawn finally broke, I emerged to find Matt's tent empty. He was gone. I spent the entire day searching for him, retracing our steps, calling his name until my throat was raw. But it was as if he'd vanished into thin air. The forest, once a place of solace, had become a labyrinth of nightmares, each shadow concealing unspeakable horrors. When I finally made it back to civilization, the authorities were skeptical. They organized a search party, but no trace of Matt was ever found. I told them about the crying, the laughter, the eyes in the dark, but they dismissed it as the ramblings of a man traumatized by his friend's disappearance. I've tried to move on, but the forest won't let me. Every night, I hear the crying. It's faint at first, barely audible, but it grows louder with each passing minute. And no matter where I am, it always seems to come from just outside my window. I haven't slept in months. I'm afraid to. Because I know that one day the crying won't stop. One day, it will lead me back to the forest. And this time I don't think I'll make it out. But perhaps the most chilling part of all is the ending twist I've been too afraid to admit. In my dreams, the rare ones I do have, I see Matt. He's always smiling, standing at the edge of the forest, and in his arms, he's holding a baby. The empty frame. I never should have bought that antique mirror. The elderly woman at the estate sale seemed almost desperate to get rid of it, practically pushing it into my hands while rambling about family heirlooms and traditions. I thought she was just another eccentric trying to clear out her mother's belongings. The ornate silver frame was exactly what I needed for my photography studio's vintage aesthetic, and at $20, it was a steal. If only I'd noticed how she wouldn't look directly at its surface, or how her hands trembled when she handed me the receipt. The first few weeks were unremarkable. Clients loved posing in front of the 8-foot mirror, especially for wedding photos. The way it seemed to catch and amplify light gave every reflection an ethereal quality. Several people commented that they looked younger in it, more vibrant somehow. I started to think I'd discovered some old-world craftsmanship secret that made everything more beautiful. Then came the day I noticed the delay. I was cleaning the studio after hours, wiping down the mirror's surface, when I saw my reflection pause for a fraction of a second before lowering its cleaning cloth. At first, I convinced myself it was just fatigue from a long day of shoots, but as I stood there, deliberately moving my arm up and down, the lag became impossible to ignore. My reflection was following my movements just slightly out of sync, like a video feed with bad latency. I should have gotten rid of it right then. Instead, I did what any modern person would do. I started documenting it. I set up my camera equipment to record the mirror while I moved in front of it, thinking I could maybe go viral with proof of some weird optical phenomenon. The footage never showed anything unusual. The lag only happened when I was alone with it, watching with my own eyes. That's when the smiling started. It was subtle at first. My reflection would hold its smile a beat too long after I'd stopped, lips still curved upward, while mine had already fallen neutral. Then it started smiling when I wasn't smiling at all. I'd catch glimpses of it grinning at me while I was turning away or packing up equipment. Once, I swear I saw it wink. The clients never noticed anything wrong. Their reflections behaved perfectly normally, mirroring their movements with exact precision. But sometimes, in the background of their shots, I could see my own reflection watching them with that unnaturally wide smile, even though I was behind the camera. I started covering the mirror with a sheet at night, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching me through it. But every morning, no matter how securely I'd fastened it, the sheet would be on the floor. The mirror's surface would be flawless, without a speck of dust, as if someone had just cleaned it. One evening, as I was rushing to finish a wedding album delivery, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In every single photo that included the mirror, my reflection was standing in a slightly different position than I remembered being in while taking the shot. In some, it was turned toward the camera when I knew I'd been facing the couple. In others, it was closer to the clients than I'd ever stood. And in every single one, it was smiling that horrible, stretched smile. I started having nightmares about my reflection reaching through the glass, its fingers elongating into silver needles as it tried to pull me in. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms that looked like someone had been trying to grab me. The mirror seemed to grow larger in the dark, its frame extending like twisted branches across my studio walls. Things came to a head during a senior portrait session. The girl was posing in front of the mirror when she suddenly screamed. When I rushed over, she was shaking, pointing at the reflection. "Your eyes," she kept saying. "Your eyes were all wrong." I apologized profusely, blamed it on weird lighting, and offered her a full refund. After she left, I finally worked up the courage to really look at my reflection. For a long moment, nothing seemed amiss. Then it tilted its head at an impossible angle, and I saw what the girl had meant about the eyes. They were silver, like the mirror's frame. and they were looking at me with an intelligence that was definitely not my own. That night, I decided the mirror had to go. I called a friend to help me move it, not wanting to face it alone anymore. But when Jake arrived, he walked right past it without seeing it. When I pointed to the massive frame, he looked confused, asking if I was feeling okay. To him, there was nothing but an empty wall. I reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and for the first time, my reflection didn't mimic me. It stayed perfectly still, watching as my fingers made contact with the glass. The surface felt like ice water, and my hand sank through as if it were liquid. My reflection's smile grew impossibly wide as it reached out and grabbed my wrist. I tried to pull back, but its grip was like steel. I screamed for Jake, but he had already left the room, still unable to see anything wrong. The last thing I heard was his footsteps fading down the hallway as my reflection pulled me forward, through the mirror's surface, into a world where everything was backwards and bathed in that strange silver light. I'm writing this from the other side now. I can see out into my studio, but everything is reversed, like a photo negative. People come and go, but they can't see me frantically pounding on the glass. My reflection, the thing that took my place, runs my business perfectly. It talks to clients, takes their photos, and smiles that terrible smile that no one else seems to notice. Sometimes other trapped souls drift past me in this silver void. Their eyes are hollow, their mouths frozen in eternal screams. Some have been here so long they're barely human anymore, their forms distorted like reflections in a carnival mirror. They whisper about the others who were pulled through, generation after generation, feeding the mirror's hunger for new reflections. The elderly woman from the estate sale is here too. She's the one who told me about the mirror's origin, how it was crafted centuries ago by a silversmith who made a deal with something ancient and hungry. She warned me that the mirror needs to be fed regularly. That's why it takes new owners, why it has to keep replacing worn-out reflections with fresh ones. I watch as my imposter hangs a for sale sign in the studio window. The price listed for the mirror is $20. I want to warn potential buyers, but all I can do is press my hands against the glass and hope they notice how their reflections smile just a little too long, how their movements aren't quite in sync. Yesterday, a young photographer came to look at it. She was so excited about the vintage frame, just like I had been. I screamed until my throat was raw, but of course she couldn't hear me. As she handed over the money, I saw my replacement's smile stretch wider than any human mouth should go. Last night, I watched as it finally dropped its disguise in the darkness of the closed studio. Its silver eyes gleamed as its face split open like a blooming flower, revealing rows of mirrored teeth. It pressed its forehead against the glass and whispered, "Soon you'll fade like all the others. But don't worry, I'll find someone new to take your place." I know now why the mirror's surface is always so clean. We press ourselves against it constantly, trying to break through, trying to warn the next victim. Our desperate fingers leave no prints, our tears leave no streaks, our blood leaves no stains. We are nothing but reflections now, trapped in this silver void, watching the world through a window we can never break. The young photographer comes to collect the mirror tomorrow. As I write this, I can see my replacement preparing the studio for her arrival. It's humming quietly as it polishes the frame, and in the deepening darkness, I swear I can see other faces forming in the mirror's surface. Hundreds of them, all pressed against the glass, all wearing that same horrible smile. We are all just reflections here, endlessly watching, endlessly waiting, And somewhere, in an antique shop or estate sale, another mirror from the same silversmith is waiting too, its surface pristine, its frame gleaming with an otherworldly shine. Perhaps you've seen one. Perhaps you've noticed how your reflection moves just a fraction of a second too slowly, how its smile lingers just a little too long. Whatever you do, don't look too closely. Don't let yourself be drawn in by that silver light. And if you ever see your reflection smile when you're not smiling, run. But know that it's probably already too late. After all, we all thought we could escape too. Now we're just faces in the glass, watching helplessly as the cycle continues, as the mirror feeds, as new reflections join our ranks in this endless silver void. And somewhere out there, right now, someone is admiring their reflection in a beautiful antique mirror, not yet noticing that their smile isn't quite their own anymore. The children's footprints. I never wanted to be the night security guard at Oak Brook Elementary. The pay was decent enough, but something about schools after dark always unsettled me. Empty hallways that should be filled with children's laughter. Abandoned classrooms with chairs stacked on desks like tiny tombstones. It all felt wrong somehow. But I needed the work, and Oak Brook was desperate for someone to take the position after the last 3 guards quit within weeks of starting. I should have asked why. The school itself was brand new, all gleaming windows and fresh paint, built on the foundations of the old Oak Brook that had burned down in 1964. The townsfolk didn't talk much about the fire. When I asked around during my first week, people would get this strange, distant look in their eyes and change the subject. I eventually pieced together that it had happened during school hours, but beyond that, the details seemed deliberately buried. My first month on the job was uneventful. I'd make my rounds every couple of hours, checking doors and windows, occasionally shooing away teenagers trying to break in on a dare. The nights were long and quiet, filled only with the subtle creaks and groans of the building settling. Then the first snow fell. I remember that night clearly, December 12th, just past midnight. The weather forecast had predicted a heavy snowfall, and they weren't wrong. I watched from the security office as thick flakes drifted down, coating the playground equipment in pristine white. The fluorescent lights from the building cast long shadows across the untouched snow, creating an almost ethereal scene. At 2 a.m., I did my usual round. Nothing seemed out of place until I reached the east wing. Through the wall-length windows, something caught my eye in the snow. Footprints, small ones, like those of young children, leading away from the building's wall. My first thought was that some kids had snuck onto the property, but that made no sense. The snow had only started falling an hour ago, and I'd been watching the security cameras the whole time. No one had approached the building. I radioed it in and went outside to investigate. The temperature had dropped well below freezing, and my breath came out in thick clouds as I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They led from the wall, not from any door or window, but straight from the solid brick wall, out to the playground. Then they just stopped, mid-stride, as if whoever had made them had simply vanished into thin air. I checked the security footage later that night. Nothing. The cameras showed the snow falling undisturbed, then suddenly, between one frame and the next, the footprints appeared. I convinced myself it was some kind of trick of the light, or maybe wind patterns in the snow. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, always in different places, always leading from the building's walls, always vanishing without explanation. The maintenance staff started refusing to come in early to shovel the walks until after sunrise. They said they could hear things in the pre-dawn darkness, children laughing, the sound of running feet, sometimes crying. But when they'd look, there was never anyone there. I started doing research into the old school's history. The fire in '64 had made the national news, though most of the articles were frustratingly vague. It had started in the basement, they said, spreading so quickly that parts of the building collapsed before the fire department could respond. The death toll was never officially confirmed. That's when the dreams started. They always began the same way. I'd be doing my rounds, checking the halls like usual, when I'd hear singing. A children's song, something old and familiar that I could never quite place. I'd follow the sound down to the basement where the old foundation stones were still visible beneath the new construction. The singing would get louder, and I'd realize it was coming from behind one of the walls. Then the screaming would start. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom smell of smoke in my nostrils. The dreams felt so real that sometimes I'd have to check my uniform for scorch marks. Last week they started the final phase of construction on the new gymnasium. The excavators were digging out the last section of the old basement when they found it, a room that hadn't appeared on any of the original blueprints. It had been sealed off with concrete, hidden behind one of the foundation walls. Inside, they found small shoes, dozens of them, blackened with smoke but still recognizable, and scratches on the inside of the door, desperate, frantic scratches that spoke of unimaginable terror. The official story in 1964 had been that the fire started accidentally, but I've seen the police reports they dug up from the archived evidence. They found accelerant residue around the basement door. The lock had been engaged from the outside. Someone had trapped those children down there, leaving them to suffocate in the smoke while the building burned around them. That's when the footprints changed. They stopped leading out to the playground. Now they all lead to the construction site, to the exposed foundation where that hidden room was found. Every morning, there are more of them, dozens of tiny tracks in the snow, all converging on that one spot. Last night, I heard the singing again. Only this time, I wasn't dreaming. It was coming from the basement. I know I should quit. 3 other guards already have, and I understand why now. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm meant to be here, that there's something I need to understand. The construction crews found something else yesterday, buried deep in that hidden room. A metal box, its contents preserved despite the fire. Inside were papers, class photos, attendance records, and a letter, its pages yellow with age. I shouldn't have read it, but I did. It was written by a teacher, dated the day before the fire. She wrote about her concerns, about the sounds she'd been hearing from the basement during school hours. Children crying, she said, when all her students were accounted for in class. She'd reported it to the principal, but he'd dismissed her fears, said she was imagining things. The principal's name was familiar. I'd seen it before, in my research about the town's history. He'd died just last year, in fact, a respected member of the community right up until the end. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. They found something else in that metal box, a ring of keys, heavy and old-fashioned. One of them fits the ancient lock they discovered on that basement room's door. The principal had lived in town all his life. He'd never left, never moved away, even after the fire. For 60 years, he'd walked these streets, attended church, served on the town council, all while carrying the weight of what he'd done. Why did he do it? That's the question that haunts me. What could drive a man to lock children in a basement and set the building ablaze? The answer has to be in the record somewhere, hidden in the town's history like those small, scorched shoes behind the foundation wall. I've started bringing a recorder to work. Sometimes in the quietest hours of the night I can hear voices in the static. Children's voices whispering names. Their names, I think. The ones that were never included in the official death toll. The footprints appeared again last night, but they were different. Larger this time, adult-sized, leading from the parking lot to the basement entrance. They looked fresh, but when I checked the cameras, there was nothing there. Just empty frames of falling snow. I followed them to the door, and that's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Mixed in with the snow around the footprints were dark spots, like water droplets. But when I knelt down to look closer, I realized they weren't water. They were ash. The principal was buried last year in Oak Hill Cemetery, just across the street from where the school stands now. The groundskeeper there, an old man who's worked the grounds for decades, told me something interesting yesterday. He said that every morning for the past 60 years, he'd find footprints in the snow around the principal's house. Small footprints, like those of children, leading up to his windows, circling his doors, watching, waiting. The old man said that in all those years, the principal never once left his house when it snowed. He'd have his groceries delivered, cancel appointments, anything to avoid stepping out into the white expanse, as if he was afraid of leaving tracks of his own. But now he's dead, and the footprints have returned to the school, to the basement, to that room. I think I understand now why I was drawn to this job, why I couldn't leave, even when the dreams started. Someone needs to tell their story. Someone needs to make sure they're not forgotten again. The construction company wants to seal up that room, pour new concrete over the old foundation, and bury the past for good. But I don't think that's what the children want. I think they've been trying to tell us something all these years, leaving their marks in the snow, singing their songs in the dark. They want to be found. They want to be remembered. Last night, I heard the singing again. It was clearer this time. A nursery rhyme about a ring of roses, about ashes and falling down. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing through the empty halls. I followed it down to the basement, to that room behind the foundation wall. The door was open, though I know it had been locked. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of old smoke, and the temperature had dropped so low I could see my breath. On the floor, perfectly preserved in a patch of dust, was a small handprint. As I watched, another appeared beside it, then another, as if invisible children were playing in the dirt. They formed a trail, leading deeper into the darkness. I should have been terrified. I should have run. But something in that moment felt right, as if I'd finally arrived at the place I was meant to be. The singing grew louder, and I recognized more voices joining in. Dozens of them, young and sweet and terribly sad. They seemed to be calling to me, inviting me to follow their trail of handprints into the shadows. I took out my flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. The beam sputtered and died, leaving me in complete darkness. And that's when I felt it, a small, cold hand slipping into mine. I'm writing this now from my car, parked across the street from the school. The sun will rise soon, and with it, the construction crews will return. They'll pour their concrete, lay their foundations, and try to bury the past once again. But I won't let them. Not this time. The children have shown me things in the darkness, memories preserved like insects in amber, moments frozen in time. I've seen what really happened that day in 1964. I've seen why the principal did what he did, what he was trying to hide. It's worse than anyone imagined. The footprints are appearing more frequently now, not just in snow but in mud, in dust, even in the fresh concrete the workers pour. They're getting stronger, more numerous, as if the children know their time is running out. But they're not just victims anymore. I've seen their power growing, felt their anger building like a storm. The principal might have escaped their justice in life, but in death, well, that's why I'm watching his grave tonight. The snow is falling again, thick and silent. Through my windshield, I can see fresh footprints appearing in the cemetery, small tracks in the untouched white. They're heading toward his headstone, dozens of them, converging like streams flowing to the sea. And now, God help me, I can see larger footprints too, adult-sized ones, staggering, stumbling, trying to run. But you can't run from the past forever. You can't hide from what you've done. The children are singing again, that same nursery rhyme, echoing through the night. But there's another sound mixed in now, screaming, adult screaming, full of terror and recognition. The principal may have died last year, but I don't think he's going to rest in peace. Not anymore, not after what he did. The footprints tell the truth, you see. They always have. We just weren't looking closely enough. I know what I have to do now. The children have shown me. There are others who knew, others who helped hide the truth. Their names are written in ash and shadow, preserved in the memories of those who cannot rest. Tomorrow I'll start visiting them. I'll knock on their doors and look into their eyes, and I'll know. The children will show me. They're so good at spotting guilt, at sensing the weight of secrets. But tonight, I watch. Tonight, I bear witness as justice arrives on small, silent feet, carrying 60 years of patience and pain. Listen. Can you hear it? The singing is growing louder. The footprints are appearing faster now, like raindrops hitting water. And there, in the darkness between the graves, I can almost see them. Small shapes moving through the snow, circling, closing in. Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posies. Ashes, ashes. We all fall down. The screaming has stopped now. The snow falls silently on fresh tracks that lead nowhere, on a disturbed grave that holds more secrets than answers. And tomorrow, when they find what's left, they'll finally have to face the truth. But for now, I sit in my car and watch the footprints appear in the virgin snow, leading away from the cemetery, back toward the school, back to that room behind the wall, where it all began. They've invited me to follow, and God help me, I think I will. Because sometimes the only way to right an old wrong is to let the victims guide you through the darkness. Sometimes justice wears small shoes and sings nursery rhymes in the night. And sometimes, just sometimes, the footprints in the snow lead exactly where they're supposed to.